begin, I will go over the for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
All right, we'll call the meeting to order with a land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I would also like to begin with a roll call. So, Councillor Wright, Councillor Knack, Councillor Stevenson, Mayor Sohi, Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Rice, and I are all in chamber. Do we have any councillors joining us online?
Good morning.
That's Councillor Tang. Welcome.
Good morning. Councillor Principe is here.
Councillor Principe is here too. Great. Excellent. Adoption of the agenda. Take a motion. Councillor Wright.
I move adoption of the agenda with no changes.
Perfect. Any questions, additions, deletions, debate? Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor
I'm a yes
Rice.
as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Excellent. Thank you. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the April 1st, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meeting and the April 15th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meeting non-regular.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions, edits, changes, deletions? Hearing none, please vote. You're ready.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. At this time, I believe we have a protocol item. I'll turn to Councillor Rice.
Good morning, everyone. In 1998, Mayor Bill Smith was the first civic leader in Canada to officially proclaim May and to be Asian Heritage Month. 20 years later, in 2025, we proudly continue this tradition by recognizing this year's theme, Asian Canadian Legacy. We contribute, we serve. The history of Asian Canadians in our city goes back over a century. In 1892, brothers Chang Gi and Chang Yan became the first Chinese settlers in Edmonton when they moved from Calgary to open a laundromat. Since then, Canadians of Asian heritage have been calling this city home. Asian Canadians continue to shape our communities, from arts and culture to science and sports to business and government. During the month of May, we celebrate these diverse and growing communities and their contributions to the vibrancy and progress of our city. 2025 marks Edmonton's 40th anniversary of sister cities' relationship with Harbin, China. An event was held on May 3rd in City Hall to celebrate the occasion. It included vibrant culture arts, displays, dance, and music performance. and was free and for the public to attend. Bring together many community organizations for the planning and execution, this event showcased the spirit and passion of Edmontonians Chinese community. Another of Edmonton's sister city relationships includes Wonjin and Korean, and which was established in 1998. Edmonton is proud to partner with sister cities to promote economic development, cross-cultural awareness, and cooperation in areas such as culture, education, sports, technology, governance, and tourism. The city of Edmonton understands and how critical it is to preserve cultural heritage. And so we created the Chinatown Vibrance Fund to help accomplish this. This grant program will invest a further $480,000 per year in 2025 and 2026 after investing $481,000 in 2024 to support community projects that help build a vibrant, welcoming, and inclusive Chinatown. Project goals improve vibrancy and create focused economic development, celebrate Chinatown as a designation, and or enhance built form and landmarks. Together, with all levels of government and our community partners, the city is committed to ensure that Edmonton remains the place where people of all backgrounds feel welcomed, valued, and respected. Thank you to all Asian Edmontonians who call our city home and helping make it more inclusive and welcoming.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Are there any other protocol items? Not aware of any. Then we will move on to select items for debate. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We actually have speakers on all three items, so I'll select 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3.
Thank you kindly. That is all items, so we don't need a vote on reports not selected for debate. We can move to requests to speak. Clerk, I have, and I read them out to you, and we confirm this is it. Is that correct? Yes. So on items 7172, which are linked, we have guest Estrada, guest Civixe, guest Murray, guest Panjay Ibinimam. I'm sorry, is that correct? Guest Priscilla Panjay Ibinimam. I'm sorry, I'm probably saying that very incorrectly. I'll look to the clerk. Maybe they may be joining virtually. Guest McBrien. Guest Christopher Martin. Guest Tam. Ellen Tam. Guest Tiffany Fan. Guest Cheryl Watson. Guest Robin Holstein. Guest Anand Pai. And guest Rowan Hanf. And then on 7.3 we have guest Don Eaton. Are there any other speakers, clerk?
No, that is it.
Okay, then I'll take a motion to hear from speakers today.
So move.
Who was that? Oh, the Mayor Sohi. Okay, any questions? Any debate? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Excellent. Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Okay, and there's no time specifics. No reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. No requests to reschedule reports. So yeah, no unfinished business. Let's get on with the show. With administration, do you have a presentation? Excellent.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee. My name is Kim Petrin. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. I'm joined here this morning with Alyssa LaLiberty, Branch Manager for Economic Investment Services, and Tom Gervin, Director, Downtown Economy, to present the Downtown Action Plan, which outlines impactful actions to help catalyze investment, growth, and transformation in Edmonton's downtown over the next 5 years, furthering the City of Edmonton's commitment to the most significant neighborhood. Downtown is critical for the city's financial stability, given the significant contributions from non-residential properties to the city's tax base. This helps pay for services across the city. Investments in downtown are investments in Edmonton for all Edmontonians. A stronger downtown economy not only supports the city's financial stability, it also provides new job opportunities, more festivals and events to attend, world-class live performances to experience, new restaurants to explore, and unique businesses to visit. Downtown is our economic, arts, entertainment, education, and business hub. Investment in Edmonton's downtown creates opportunity for growth and positions the downtown for success as an attractive place to invest, live, work, and play. The Downtown Action Plan is a reflection of the recommended approach to build the best downtown for Edmonton and enable further investment that will unlock downtown's potential. It is built from input from city experts, business executives, industry organizations, post-secondary leaders, entertainment and art professionals, and many other passionate community partners that are the key to the success of how we will make meaningful progress in our downtown.
Next slide, please. The Downtown Action Plan is designed to deliver impactful, tangible results both in the near term and over the next 5 years. It builds on the momentum of existing work, including both public and private investments, and the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy. The Downtown Action Plan is being presented today with Bylaw 21122, Entertainment District, which would expand downtown entertainment districts and enables Council to immediately implement one of the identified actions in the Downtown Action Plan. For the Downtown Action Plan, it is recommended that committee accept the report for information, resulting in administration taking appropriate steps to implement the actions through existing processes such as budget decision-making and prioritization processes. For Bylaw 21122 Entertainment District, the options for committee are to requisition the report to City Council for voting or provide subsequent motions to direct administration accordingly. The Downtown Action Plan is designed to accelerate rebuilding the momentum that led to downtown's extraordinary growth by leveraging approximately $5 billion in private and public sector capital investments since 2015, transforming downtown into both a complete neighborhood and a powerful economic engine for the city. This is about doing what we can now with the resources and partnerships we already have in place while staying aligned with longer-term strategies. Downtown is not only a neighborhood, it is a cultural hub, a major tourist destination, a historical district, and a key economic driver. The Downtown Action Plan takes actions that increase demand for our downtown and positions Edmonton to support all of those roles, and to do so in a more intentional and connected way.
Next slide, please. As Kim mentioned, the Downtown Action Plan was developed in collaboration with city departments and downtown partners and informed by the existing policy from the city plan, the current area redevelopment plan, the Capital City Downtown Plan. A jurisdictional scan was also completed and included an analysis of 6 Canadian cities: Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Toronto, and Montreal. While each city faced similar post-pandemic challenges, their responses were tailored to local context. The most successful strategies shared common themes: a clear vision and set of priorities, strong community partnerships, coordinated planning across departments, and an emphasis on data to track progress. Cities like Toronto and Montreal linked public realm improvements to housing and infrastructure investments, while places like Calgary used regular data reporting to adapt and stay accountable. These examples confirm that revitalization works best when efforts are coordinated, measurable, and grounded in community priorities, an approach that directly shapes Edmonton's Downtown Action Plan. Next slide, please. Downtown Edmonton houses over 12,000 residents, supports nearly 70,000 jobs, and is anchored by 2 major post-secondary institutions, MacEwan University and Norquest College. Since 2015, the city has contributed $1.5 billion in capital and an additional $400 million in operating funding. This includes transformative projects like Rogers Place and Warehouse Park. Next, please. Despite being just 1% of the city's land base, downtown contributes 5.2% of the tax levy, down from a peak of 10% in 2010. This underscores the urgency of renewing investment and focus in our downtown. The impacts of the pandemic and the rise of hybrid work have altered its trajectory, and we now face both a challenge and an opportunity. Downtown Edmonton remains a significantly underutilized asset. Its potential for economic development, population growth, and tax revenue generation is vast and far from fully realized. Examples include population, where previous targets of 24,000 residents by 2030 have fallen closer to 19,000, and business attraction with an office vacancy rate of 19.6%, and the availability of vacant land ready for development. Next, please. Supporting a rise in property values driven by increased demand for downtown is a priority, as downtown Edmonton's economy is crucial to the city's financial stability and remains the highest contributor to the city's tax base. Downtown is crucial to this stability because the tax base downtown is heavily driven by non-residential properties. Non-residential properties contribute a significant portion of the tax generated by downtown. In 2015, the non-residential portion of the downtown tax base was 90%, which has now declined to 82% in 2025. In comparison, the non-residential portion of the tax base outside of downtown is currently 45%. Next, please. To give you a sense of the magnitude of this issue, if we wanted to see a return to the high water mark of 10% of overall city tax base being generated by downtown, and assuming no growth elsewhere, the city would need to see an increase in taxable assessment values downtown of $6 billion. This is roughly the equivalent to 23 Enbridge Center towers. My point is that this is a big challenge that has grown over time, and both immediate and long-term action is needed. Next, please. This plan targets 4 goals with clear key performance indicators: economic growth tracking assessed values, tax revenue, and capital investment; residential growth focusing on more residents, more units, and a healthy vacancy rate; vibrancy growth aiming to increase students, visitors, and transit riders; business growth focusing on reducing commercial vacancy and supporting jobs. Next, please. Each of these 8 actions include sub-actions, 45 in total, designed to be impactful, practical, aligned with policy, and ready for implementation. We've prioritized work that balances near-term impact with long-term value. The 8 actions range from infrastructure investment to housing, beautification, safety, and districts expansion. Each action includes sub-actions with defined timelines, funding sources, and anticipated impacts. Next, please. Taking action immediately is crucial, and we're beginning implementation today with Bylaw 21122 Entertainment District, a proposed bylaw amendment to expand the Rice Howard Way Entertainment District and add the 104th Street Entertainment District as identified in sub-action 8.2. Expanding Rice Howard Way allows adjacent businesses on 100th Street and 108th Street to participate in the district, and it will be activated for events that feature a road closure, which directly supports businesses by attracting people to the area and allowing the businesses to serve alcoholic drinks that can be consumed within the district. The report also proposes a new district on 104th Street between Jasper Ave and 104th Ave. No additional funding is required to implement this district. It would also support events, including recurring ones such as the Downtown Farmers Market, and this bylaw builds on momentum from last year's pilot and public feedback, where 80% of survey respondents indicated that they would support the creation of an entertainment district on 104th Street. We've been strategic with funding. Most of the actions will be implemented through existing approved funding. We'll also continue exploring funding opportunities from other orders of government and bring any new funding requests for unfunded actions through standard budget processes. Sorry, next slide, please. The total proposed financial investment is $553 million. Of that, $511 million comes from the downtown CRL, $440 million of which depends on the proposed extension, which is critical to this plan's success. $71 million of this total is currently funded by the CRL. Additional funding includes $9.5 million from the Downtown Action Plan Fund, formerly known as the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy Fund, $15 million in federal housing accelerator dollars, and other targeted reserves. 5 actions remain unfunded, totaling $15 million, and require future City Council budget decisions. Next slide, please. Strong partnerships are key to the successful implementation of this plan, and working together with community partners will maximize the impact. While implementation will be led by the city, community partners will help shape it through the Downtown Leadership Group as outlined in Action 6. This includes leveraging the expertise and capacity of external groups, including Downtown Revitalized Coalition, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, Edmonton Arts Council, Build Edmonton Metro, BOMA Edmonton and North, NAOP Edmonton, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Edmonton Community League, post-secondary institutions, and other businesses, organizations, and community groups. Next slide, please. The action plan is also fostering economic and business opportunities for Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs. Sub-action 6.3 will advance Indigenous economic reconciliation in partnership with the city's MOU partners, Indigenous business liaison, and community. This co-led approach will include developing initiatives that directly support the retention and growth of businesses and entrepreneurs. This process will also enable us to collaborate on targets to measure success. Next slide, please.
The city plan outlines an intentional path to ensure economic, residential, and cultural growth in the downtown as a distinct, attractive place in Edmonton and our city's main celebration space. Downtown has over 69,000 employees, over 1,600 businesses, nearly 40,000 students, and 12,000 residents. Downtown is a major tax base though it's 5.2% of Edmonton's municipal tax base, and this has been declining, as Tom noted, from a high water mark of 10%. Downtown is our art, culture, and sports hub, with events attracting over 3.8 million people. This is why downtown matters and is important for all Edmontonians. The Downtown Action Plan outlines how to accelerate rebuilding the momentum that led to growth over the past decade and help drive demand for Edmonton's downtown towards its full potential as a vibrant, inclusive, and resilient urban center. We have an incredible opportunity for transformation, growth, and investment in our downtown through this plan. For clarity, administration recommends the Downtown Action Plan be received for information. Council will have further opportunities to provide direction on prioritization and budget decisions through subsequent processes. And administration recommends that committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 21122 be given the appropriate 3 readings. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer questions after speakers.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to our guests. Clerk, if you'd like to assist with the seating this side, that side. We'll figure it out. Okay, Clerk will give you direction. First is guest Eric Estrada. Do you want to follow the clerk this way? And
I'm online.
Oh, you're online. Excellent. Guest number 2, Jason Sfixe. Guest 3, Brian Murray. Guest 4, Priscilla Panjay Ibn Nimam. I'm sorry, Priscilla, if you're here, if I didn't pronounce that properly, or if somebody knows Priscilla. Okay. Guest 5, Panita McBrien. Guest 6, Christopher Martin. Online. Guest 7, Ellen Tam. Guest 8, Tiffany Fan. Guest 9, Cheryl Watson. Guest 10, Robin Holstein. Pardon me? Yeah, oh yeah, come on down as you're called. You'll get invited. So ahead, guest 9, Cheryl Watson. Guest 10, Robin Holstein. Guest 11, Anand Pai. And guest 12, Rowan Hampf. So, as everybody's getting seated, we'll invite Eric. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. It looks like there went a lot of work on it. My presentation is brief. I want to start by acknowledging that from the Alberta Avenue Business Association, we are not in support of this plan, but we're also not opposition to it. We're just disappointed that there is only plans for downtown and not for the rest of the city. Alberta Avenue Community League, for example, has 6,000 residents. I can't help but wonder what can they do with half of that investment that goes to downtown. I think the city plan of communities isn't very well reflected when you only have a plan for one specific area of the city. And we would love to see direction from this committee to administration to create plans for the rest of the city and all Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second guest is guest Civic Say.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Urban Planning Committee. I'm great to see that everyone's awake and alive after such a great hockey game yesterday, but commitment to all of you for being here today. My name is Jason Svix. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Operations for Build Edmonton Metro. I am also a registered professional planner who's worked in public, private, and not-for-profit sectors for more than a decade. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro's 500-plus members to share our perspectives as well as our strong support for the City of Edmonton's Downtown Action Plan. It comes as no surprise to you. Over the past year and several years, our organization has worked closely with City of Edmonton Council and administration on the revitalization of Edmonton's downtown. Through this collaboration, we've contributed ideas and shared perspectives on a range of initiatives, including the potential extension of the Community Revitalization Levy, office to residential tower conversions, updated parking lot standards, and now the Downtown Action Plan. Build Edmonton Metro's 5 advocacy priorities includes a big focus on downtown renewal, and we're really glad to be here. You've also seen that we've released many different types of plans over the past years. We've released the Downtown PED Plan, the DIP, now the DAP. Hopefully next year we'll all be coming together to come up with the CAP, which is the completion of these actions plan, the CAP. We'll work on that together, I think. Back in the fall of 2024, Build Edmonton Metro, alongside a coalition of public and private sector organizations, launched the Downtown Investment Plan. This plan highlighted a critical trend that Downtown Edmonton's contribution to the city's tax base has declined dramatically from 10% to 2009 to just 5.2% in 2024. And despite the best of intentions, the lack of sustained investment and targeted programming has contributed to a concerning trajectory. And it's clear that our current approaches are not moving fast enough. So that's why we are encouraged to see that many of the strategies and actions that we have championed are reflected in the city's proposed Downtown Action Plan. This alignment signals a growing unity across sectors and a shared commitment to placing downtown at the forefront of city building efforts. With 8 goals and 45 sub-actions, the plan lays out a comprehensive framework which includes capital but also operational and programmatic investments, totaling over $553 million over 5 years. That number might seem like sticker shock. It's definitely ambitious, but it's absolutely critical, and it's essential and consistent with the scale of investments that we're seeing in other major North American cities that are actively prioritizing their downtowns. As emphasized in the Downtown Action Plan, investment in our downtown is a shared effort, and it's not solely reliant on the public sector, and that's why we're here today. Since 2015, over $5 billion has been invested in the area, which combines both public and private sector contributions. As the city has emphasized in their report, $1.5 billion of that comes from the City of Edmonton, while the private sector has invested about $2.5 billion of that amount. This represents a remarkable return on investment of over 160% of public funds. These figures, I think, clearly demonstrate that partnership is not negotiable. It's a necessity in this current context, and we really want to be part of that solution. Edmonton's downtown is essential to the city's identity and long-term economic health, but it faces serious and immediate challenges. This plan, the Downtown Action Plan, provides a much-needed strategic roadmap that aligns public investments with private sector readiness and confidence. We remain, as Build Edmonton Metro, coordinated and collaborative with the City of Edmonton to realize the full potential of this plan and to bring our downtown back to life. Downtown has our attention. Now it needs your action. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much. Guest Murray.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of committee. My name is Brian Murray. I'm a partner and part owner of B&A Studios, an urban planning, public engagement, and urban design firm here in your downtown. I'm also the vice chair of Build Edmonton Metro's Downtown and Major Redevelopment Committee. I'm a professional planner and consultant working across Western Canada, trying to advance vibrancy in our downtowns. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the city's Downtown Action Plan on behalf of our Downtown Committee, who actively works to remove barriers for private sector investment by advocating for better policy and programs, regulatory environment, and streamlining of processes. Downtown is not just the heart of our city. It is the engine that drives much of our community, business, education, entertainment, and government activities. The proof is in the numbers. Our downtown has been struggling, and it needs your help to ensure it remains vibrant, dynamic, and competitive. The Downtown Action Plan presents a series of investment strategies that address critical gaps in the public experience of our downtown. Having worked on major downtown initiatives across Western Canada, I can say with confidence that the recommended strategies will be impactful. Of particular note are the upgraded LRT entrance, a downtown capital infrastructure program, completion of Jasper Avenue New Vision, creation of a downtown infrastructure fund, and attainable housing incentive program. These are all very exciting to say the least. Investing in these strategies, particularly in and around our key urban magnets like our post-secondary institutions, the ICE District, Warehouse Park, and our Main Street, has the potential to dramatically change the face of our downtown over the next decade. Funding this work will not only support residential growth, but give people a reason to work and visit downtown. This is the groundwork for continued reinvestment, reinforcing downtown's role as a thriving urban center. Across Canada, cities are grappling with the challenges of revitalizing their cores. They are learning from one another, making the necessary decisions, and forming partnerships with all levels of government, the private sector, and the community to create lasting change. The proposed robust monitoring program and on the effectiveness of the Downtown Action Plan is crucial to ensure that every dollar spent is advancing the desired outcomes of Edmontonians. This data-driven approach is vital for making informed decisions that will ensure the long-term success of our downtown. I am genuinely encouraged by the work done by Council and Administration on this initiative, and I have appreciated the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue directly with the project team, and I urge both Council and Administration to move forward with this plan without delay. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you kindly. One more time for guest Priscilla Panjay Ibenimam in person. Does anyone have that speaker as part of their team? No. Clerk, we'll just move on then. Okay. Guest Christopher Martin, Chamber of Commerce.
Apologies, Councillor Jans, you skipped over Panita McBrien.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, Guest McBrien. Thank you.
I thought I was next. Thank you, Councillor. Hello, everyone. Great to be here today. This is an exciting day. My name is Panita McBrien. I'm the CEO of the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. We're very excited to see this plan come to life. Huge congratulations to our colleagues in City Administration for putting this together. This is a vision and a plan that matches the moment that we're at. I'm not going to belabor the points. The speakers before me very well articulated why we need this plan. You've all heard me say many, many times why our downtown is important and why this level of investment is needed. So I'll just say this work is critically important to our city's future and our ability to smartly grow and be able to attract the investment and visitors that we need to secure our economic, cultural, and social future. In general, we are very good at planning in Edmonton. I think maybe the best in the country, I've heard. And so, as expected, this is a very good plan. We have a lot of very good plans. So the constructive feedback that we're offering on this plan is more about where the rubber hits the road. And so I'm not going to go through all of our feedback point by point. I hope you all have the letter that I shared that goes into more detail, but I'll just summarize. There's 4 things we're hoping to see as this plan gets implemented over the next 5 years. We're hoping to see a formalized partnership with the EDBA for the implementation of this plan. We're hoping to see the city prioritize and seek out public-private partnerships throughout the implementation of this plan. And I think that spans many actions, and there are many opportunities in that approach. We're hoping to see, in general, an evolution in how we manage, maintain, program, and steward our parks and public spaces downtown. And lastly, to see a stronger governance and accountability role for the downtown leadership table that's identified in the plan. And the main thing that I'm hoping to see addressed today, if possible, or very soon, that is very specific to the EDBA as it relates to this plan, is to understand the role of the city and the partnership going forward for two of our critical programs for the future of downtown and the day-to-day experience of our downtown. And that is our Downtown Core Patrol program and our Downtown Ambassadors program. Core Patrol is not referenced at all in this plan, which is deeply disappointing. Core Patrol last month alone put out 27 fires, and I think about 25 the month before that downtown. And so when we talk about safer public spaces, when we talk about vibrancy, when we talk about, a downtown that people want to be in and that is safe for all, this program is absolutely essential. I sit on the steering committee for REACH's 24/7 crisis diversion program, and we just had a meeting yesterday, coincidentally, and that group strongly agrees with us that a proactive approach to community safety is needed in the downtown. So the Core Patrol is one piece that we're really hoping to find an answer for, because currently we are fully funding that program out of our operating budget, and there are no city dollars going towards that program. And we're only able to operate overnight right now, 7 days a week. And our Ambassadors program, which is referenced in an action in the plan, but only in a very narrow capacity, with the idea to add volunteers to the program, which we're very supportive of, but continue to be disappointed that there is no ongoing partnership role for the city in the Downtown Ambassadors program. Whether that's the city, whether that's Explore Edmonton, we're open. But again, this is a program that's essential to the day-to-day experience of being downtown. These two programs combined make up about 30% of our entire annual budget right now. We're a tiny organization, and we believe that there's significant value to Edmontonians and to the city in those programs that we deliver, and we'd love to see a role for those programs in the implementation of this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Guest Christopher Martin.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee. My name is Chris Martin. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today about the city's proposed Downtown Action Plan. To begin, I want to be clear and emphasize that the Edmonton Chamber fully supports the Downtown Action Plan that's before you today, and the Edmonton Chamber commends City Administration for its work in preparing this plan and proposing over $500 million of investment in Edmonton's downtown core. This is the kind of ambitious, coordinated action that our members have been calling for, and it's long overdue. Revitalizing downtown is not just a civic priority, it's an economic necessity for many reasons. Last November, the Edmonton Chamber worked with our partners at BOMA Edmonton, Build Edmonton Metro, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, NAIOP Edmonton, and the Downtown Recovery Coalition to author a downtown investment plan. And together, we laid out a blueprint for revitalization, grounded in immediate needs and long-term strategy. The plan we developed called for over $400 million in investment and urgent all-of-government action to restore the vibrancy, rebuild confidence, and unlock new investment in Edmonton's downtown. We're very encouraged to see that over 90% of our recommendations have been taken up in the Downtown Action Plan that's before you today. And this tells us the message is being heard loud and clear, and that the city is serious about addressing a long-standing issue in our city. So the question is, why does the Downtown Action Plan matter? In our perspective, Edmonton's downtown is at a critical turning point. Office vacancies have climbed to nearly 33%. The residential population downtown has stagnated. Confidence in safety and vibrancy is eroding. And local businesses, especially small retailers, restaurants, and service providers, are feeling the pressure every day. You can see it when you walk downtown Edmonton on many of our streets and corridors. Yet despite its footprint, downtown remains a powerful economic and cultural engine, provides more than 69,000 jobs to Edmontonians. It's home to over 1,600 businesses, and it welcomes over 3 million visitors each year. Downtown is more than just our geographic or symbolic center. It's a hub of commerce, creativity, civic life, and public investment, and its impacts extends beyond the core. A strong downtown drives demand citywide. When more people live, work, and spend time downtown, they create ripple effects that boost commercial activity in every quarter of our city, supporting suppliers, encouraging investment, and attracting visitors. The key to revitalizing downtown is simple. We need more people living here and spending their time here, because when downtown thrives, the whole city benefits, including other areas with businesses. I'd be remiss to not speak about why this matters for local business as a Chamber of Commerce. We look at the opportunity ahead of us downtown as being especially high and critical for local businesses and investors. Downtown is where many of Edmonton's entrepreneurs have chosen to take a chance, open their doors, and build something lasting. But they rely on vibrancy, on daily foot traffic, event attendance, adequate parking, safe spaces, and a clean, welcoming environment in order to operate. When vibrancy fades, so do revenues, and a quiet downtown means empty tables at restaurants, fewer shoppers in stores, and lost opportunities for service providers. Revitalization isn't just about big projects. It's about building an investable economy from the ground up. It means helping the coffee shop on Jasper Avenue stay open, supporting the boutique owner to hire one more employee, and attracting residents and visitors who will bring energy, activity, and spending power back to our core, and then, therefore, other areas of the city. We already have the infrastructure in place needed to support our downtown. Many sidewalks, streets, storefronts, transit, and what we need now to do is to bring it back to life. This downtown action plan is our chance to restore that ecosystem, and we can't afford to miss it. To ensure the downtown action plan delivers real and lasting results, we offer two key recommendations. First, we urge City Council to receive this report for information today, fully fund the plan in upcoming budget deliberations, and to work closely with provincial and federal stakeholders to secure the shared investment needed to bring it to life. And second, we recommend City administration move quickly to establish the Downtown Leadership Group, not in an advisory role, but as a results-driven implementation body, empowered to break down barriers, coordinate across sectors, and monitor progress. And of course, the Edmonton Chamber would be proud to serve as a core member of that group. So in closing, we just want to reiterate that this plan has the potential to be a huge turning point for Edmonton, not just for our downtown, but for our overall economy. We're ready to roll up our sleeves and work alongside City Council, City Administration, and other stakeholders to make that vision a reality. Thank you, and I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you. At this time, we're just going to pause and welcome some other guests here from grade 5 and 6 from Hewan School, led by teacher Mubarak. Welcome. Teacher, are you with us? Sorry, there's sun behind, so you all have this halo effect. You all look like angels. I can't see your faces, but I think somebody was waving. So welcome. Now, would anybody from the class like to share what you're doing today at City Hall? And your school is in your city counselor is Councillor Rice. Sidon, would you like to come and join us at the podium? Do you want to come and say hello and say what you're doing today? Yeah, right down here. There's a microphone. Yeah, so were you picked, or did your class pick a mayor? And excellent. Do you want to introduce yourself and turn the mic on and say hello?
How do I, is it on? Okay.
Oh, I see.
My name is Nevin. I'm from Kahiman School, grade 6, room 13, Mrs. Mubarak's class. Our class is here today to take a tour of City Hall and have a mock council here.
Wonderful. Welcome. So your school is in Ward Kokanee Piotzi, and your counselor is Councillor Jennifer Rice right here. So welcome to City Hall. Have a great trip here. So you're welcome to stay and hear us talk about downtown and all the cool things we want to do in the city that you'll inherit shortly. Mayor Sohi would also like to invite the mayor. Did you pick a class, Mayor? Oh, I understood. Yeah, for sure. No worries. That's okay. I believe we'll be here all day. You're welcome to come and stay, and maybe your counselor will have a chance to come and meet with you as well too. Thank you for coming. Our next guest is Ellen Tam.
I'm just right here. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Ellen, and I'm one of the policy co-chairs for the City of Edmonton Youth Council, and I'm here on behalf of CEYC, or the Youth Council, to speak about our position on the Downtown Action Plan. I'll just begin by saying that in this previous week, we have thoroughly reviewed the proposals of the Downtown Action Plan, and I'm glad to say that CEYC is broadly supportive of the Downtown Action Plan. However, despite our support, we believe there are several missing elements that could be added to the plan, as well as some changes and an overemphasis on businesses rather than community. Today, I'll be speaking on some of these changes that we hope to make in order to ensure the high quality of life for all Edmontonians, especially in relation to youth well-being and prosperity. Considering the time limit imposed on us today, I'll only be speaking on points and changes we are hoping to make in the first 4 actions of the proposed plan, and during this time, I will also be mainly focused on what is missing rather than what we liked, so if there are any actions that I seem to have bypassed, those actions are likely the ones that we had little to no issues with. Other members of CEYC will also be speaking to our stance, including Tiffany Fan, who's right there, and Rowan Hanf, who's online, who will be focusing on latter actions of the plan. So, first with Action 2, while we fully support the pillars of this action, an added request we have is that within the infrastructure that is implemented, we wish there to be a prioritization of active transport in alignment with the city plan. For example, we strongly support the implementation of high-quality bike parking, as well as an expanded bike cage program, as we recognize that some of the greatest deterrents for youth to use active transport is fear of bike theft. As someone who has yet to get their driver's license, biking has been and remains as one of my main methods of transportation, and this is also the case for many other youth in the city. Thus, implementing infrastructure that supports to a greater extent these types of transportations will increase the welfare of children both physically and mentally. Now moving on to Action 3, while CEYC is yet again broadly supportive of this action, especially the plan to increase public investment in dense multi-unit housing, there are 2 additional points we hope to include. First, we hope that there are also greater enforced guarantees for affordable housing. I'm a second-year university student, and I know firsthand the toll of rapidly increasing prices that have been on youth and those that are in university. Just this year, one of my friends had their rents increased from $600 a month to $1,300, which is more than double their previous rent. And as many of these youth are already facing student loans from their post-secondary education, you can only imagine the burden it has on them. Second, in the sub-action for the development of a student housing incentive program, we believe that within this pillar there should be an extensive opportunities that could be offered specifically to international students. So this pillar will be greatly elaborated on by Rowan Hanf, who is the co-chair of the project committee in CEYC and will be speaking to this point later on. Finally, for Action 4, though we agree with the direction that the plan is taking us in terms of public safety, we believe that there could be more done proactively to improve public safety as opposed to responding to issues in downtown. To be more specific, when members of the CIC were discussing this section of the plan, many of those who currently use the LRT stated that police officers are typically already seen at stations, and they are unsure if increasing the personnel will actually increase perceived and actual safety. Therefore, we hope that the plan will reevaluate the effectiveness of increased enforcement without increased community support, and perhaps invest greater resources into mental health crisis teams and de-escalation training as opposed to simply increasing security personnel. An additional point we hope to add to this subsection in Action 4 is increased focus on the creation of public and private spaces for houseless Edmontonians, as we recognize that there is a distinct lack of these spaces currently available in downtown. On a personal note here as well, my family has a history in substance abuse, and some members have experienced homelessness before. While many people often complain about the number of homeless people sleeping in LRT stations and outside of buildings, I would like to propose another perspective, which is the fact that they have nowhere else to go. For a variety of different reasons, they can't go home or even to homeless shelters like the Hope Mission, which are only open during the night. So many have no choice but to reside on the streets. Here at CEYC, we believe that building greater public spaces for homeless people will be vital to creating safer public and private spaces for all Edmontonians, and not just those that are conventionally accepted into society. Thank you, and we hope that the Council will keep this proposed changes in consideration when proceeding with this plan, as we believe that additions will be greatly benefactory to youth. Tiffany Fan will be continuing on from where I left off on CEYC's overall thoughts on the actions of this proposal, but for now, please let me know if there are any clarifications.
Thank you. Guest Tiffany Fan.
Hello, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Tiffany Fan, and I'm an initiative lead on the City of Edmonton Youth Council. As my fellow City of Edmonton Youth Council member Ellen Tam has already expressed, I want to take the time to re-emphasize CYC's support for the Downtown Action Plan. Additionally, I will be continuing from where Ellen left off and building upon the points she made. For Action 5, we strongly support the creation of more green spaces in downtown, as well as increasing public access to the River Valley and its surrounding green spaces. Additionally, we believe in improving the maintenance, cleanliness, and safety of public areas and increasing beautification efforts, all of which contribute to a more vibrant and aesthetically pleasing downtown. Ultimately, these initiatives will ensure that Edmonton's public spaces remain welcoming and enjoyable for residents and visitors alike. For Action 6, we broadly support the proposed initiatives. Referring to Sub-Action 6.1, we support the creation of a downtown leadership group with the hope that post-secondary institutions will involve students as stakeholders. We also advocate for the inclusion of downtown residents and other active community members in the leadership and decision-making process. Regarding Sub-Action 6.3, we hope that the co-led economic strategy and partnership with Indigenous people become an ongoing program rather than a one-time initiative. This sustained commitment is crucial to ensuring long-term positive outcomes for both the Indigenous community and the broader downtown area. Referencing Sub-Action 6.6, while we strongly support business-friendly initiatives, we emphasize the importance of prioritizing small businesses. We believe efforts should focus on promoting and marketing the downtown dining community, ensuring that local businesses thrive and are properly showcased. While we are generally supportive of the efforts to showcase downtown, we urge that these initiatives be accompanied by parallel investments in public services, transit, and affordable housing to ensure the promotional message aligns with actual improvements in the area. This comprehensive approach will help ensure downtown remains vibrant and accessible for all residents and businesses. For Action 7, we would like to particularly emphasize Sub-Action 7.1, where we support a comprehensive reevaluation of the funding allocated by the City of Edmonton to the event park. We are concerned that increasing the number of initiatives around the ICE district may potentially divert crucial resources away from other areas of downtown that are in greater need of attention. Given the limited budget, it is important that funding is strategically directed to projects that will have the most widespread impact across the entire downtown area, not just a concentrated region. In addition, referencing Sub-Action 7.5, while we support efforts to increase public amenities and activities, we strongly advocate that funding be allocated to affordable youth development programs. Overall, we strongly believe that prioritizing initiatives such as affordable housing and youth development programs will have a far greater and more sustainable positive impact on downtown and its residents than a new event park or other private projects next to the existing ICE district. Redirecting resources to these essential needs will contribute to a more equitable, inclusive, and thriving downtown Edmonton. For Action 8, we fully support particularly the funding allocated for the 100th Street pedestrian bridge construction. We believe these initiatives will play a key role in enhancing the livability and economy of downtown Edmonton. In conclusion, the City of Edmonton Youth Council broadly supports the Downtown Action Plan. We recognize the plan's potential to significantly enhance the economic growth, accessibility, and vibrancy of downtown. However, we also believe there are key areas where improvements could be made. We believe that this plan would have greatly benefited from broader public engagement, particularly with community organizations and local members. This would ensure that the diverse voices of those who live and work in downtown are heard and considered in shaping the future of the area. Furthermore, we hope there will be increased transparency surrounding the implementation of these projects. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to the City of Edmonton Youth Council's position.
Thank you so much. Guest Cheryl Watson.
Good morning. I'm here today as the chair of the Downtown Revitalization Coalition, and our large collective membership is encouraged to see administration table a downtown action plan that reflects both the urgency and potential of our city's core. This plan also reflects many of the recommendations that we put forward in the Downtown Investment Plan. Now, I know you've already heard this a number of times this morning, but it cannot be highlighted enough that the Edmonton downtown occupies less than 1% of our land, but has historically contributed over 10% of the municipal tax revenue. And we know today that has now fallen to just under 5%. That is incredibly concerning, and we can't afford to let that trend continue. We know that commercial vacancy is approaching 20%, and 1 in 3 street level spaces is empty. These aren't just statistics, they're signals. Signals that time for action is now, and it must be strategic, targeted, and sustained. This proposed plan does exactly that with some very clear goals. Number 1, increased property values and tax revenue. Number 2, it's going to help us grow the downtown residential population. It's also going to enhance vibrancy. And finally, it's going to reduce our commercial vacancy problem. It's backed up with 8 key actions and 45 measurable sub-actions ranging from office to residential conversions to business incentives and to investments in important public space and transit connectivity. This plan is critical, but it will only matter if the plan is real. And so that means embedding accountability with clear timelines and transparent reporting, securing the budget and cross-departmental or departmental alignment that we need to deliver, and staying committed by this council to ensure long-lasting impact. It's also very important to include organizations and groups such as the Downtown Business Association, Build Edmonton Metro, NAIOP, the Chamber, and the DRC in the execution of this plan to ensure its success. This is our chance to shift from planning to progress and to show Edmontonians and investors alike that downtown is not just worth saving, it's worth building on. I'm excited to see this plan come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Watson. Guest Robin Holstein?
Holstein, yeah, I'm online.
Yep, please.
Good morning, Council and members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Robin Holstein. I'm the new Executive Director of NAIOP Edmonton. For those of you unfamiliar with NAIOP, we are the voice of real estate development in Edmonton. Next slide, please. On behalf of NAIOP Edmonton, I would like to express our strong support for Edmonton Downtown Action Plan and extend our sincere appreciation to City Council and Administration for your leadership in shaping it. We are particularly grateful for your responsiveness to market input and for incorporating the majority of recommendations from the Downtown Investment Plan. Developed in collaboration with our regional partners, including the Downtown Recovery Coalition, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, BOMA Edmonton and North, and Build Edmonton Metro. Your commitment to collaboration and responsiveness is integral to shaping our joint success. Next slide, please. A strong downtown benefits everyone. It brings increased foot traffic, greater vibrancy, and a stronger sense of place. It makes Edmonton more attractive to visitors, investors, and future residents. From a commercial development investment perspective, it means stronger market demand, a safer and more attractive environment for tenants and customers, and greater confidence to invest, build, and grow in the downtown core. We know that bringing more people to live, work, and spend time downtown is key to addressing the challenges we face, from vacancy and safety concerns to economic uncertainty. This plan directly tackles those issues. It includes much needed investments in housing, cleanliness, safety, business growth, and improvements to public spaces, all of which are critical to the success of local businesses and long-term economic health to our city. Next slide, please. And we can go to the next slide. We urge the committee to adopt and fully fund the recommendations in the report and to empower city administration to move forward with implementation. Acting quickly and strategically will ensure we keep momentum, attract and enable new investment, and begin to see the benefits ripple outwards across the city. We believe this plan will have profoundly positive impact on Edmonton's image, economy, and identity, and we're excited to be part of building a vibrant, safe, and prosperous downtown for everyone. We also want to acknowledge the hard work of city staff who helped develop this plan. Their effort, professionalism, and ongoing support have been instrumental to bringing us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guest Anand Pai.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Anand Pai. As the former CEO of NAIOP, I helped to contribute to the Downtown Investment Plan, and I sat on the Community Grant Awarding Board for the Downtown Vibrancy Fund. I'm also running for City Council, so you can take what I say with a grain of salt. But I wanted to come and just give a quick history of what led us here and some of the lessons learned maybe from our previous downtown plans. Starting with the 2010 plan in 1997, we had a plan that led to a grant per door incentive and doubled the downtown residential population. In 2010 was the first plan that I had seen after having graduated, and I thought it was quite popular, well written, and I dug it out to take a look at some of the actions there. Some of the actions include establishing a yearly residential growth target and supporting housing diversity and affordability. The growth target ending in 2030 would have been 24,000 residents, supporting retail revitalization and vibrant shopping streets. And we got quite a lot done from that plan, but I highlight some of those things just to say that there are some real similarities to what we're talking about today and some of those same issues. So I think it's worthwhile to take a look at the old plans and question a little bit why we weren't able to accomplish what we wanted to accomplish, every single thing in 2010. So by 2020, the pandemic hit, and we created an interim plan that was quite tactical. It had actions like creating a welcome package for new residents, students, businesses, and startups, exploring options to expand free Wi-Fi on downtown streets, and piloting a downtown civic accelerator program. Those are just some examples from a quite tactical plan that had many. And I mentioned these two plans just to bring up this idea that we've heard from a few different speakers about the partnership approach, but also making sure that administration has the tools to empower that partnership approach. So the 2020 plan had, as a part of it, the Downtown Vibrancy Fund. We were able to give grants to community organizations, basically COVID recovery and events style grants. And during that time, we frequently lamented that there wasn't exactly a group. There wasn't one single group that could do all of the things that were in these plans. How can we revitalize retail areas? Well, that's a real partnership group. But we'll need to continue funding something like a Downtown Vibrancy Fund, now renamed, and make sure that it has the resourcing through city administration to make sure that some of those things can be city-led, but also engender a real partnership. I also wanted to mention, historically, we did the COVID construction grant, which I don't think is well recognized as contributing over 2,200 residential units to downtown, with an ROI, proven ROI now of $23 to every $1 that the city spent. Over $500 million was generated off of $22 million. And so, what did we learn through all of these actions, and what is council's role today in making sure that this plan achieves its goals? I just wanted to bring up a few points. Obviously, we need to learn from the past and learn from other cities, and I think this report does a great job of summarizing what some of the other cities have done, and also where we can learn from them. And as I said, I think we need to have grants as well as city-led projects where there is funding behind these things. So I look at this plan and I say, the CRL is able to do capital projects and has about $500 million worth of funding in this plan, contemplated in this plan. But there's only $10 million of what used to be the Downtown Vibrancy Fund. And administration is going to need all of that, and I truly believe more, in order to accomplish all of the goals that are not capital goals, all of the operating goals and partnership goals, if you just think about those resourcing levels side by side. What can council do to help? Promoting this plan far and wide, making sure that it's not a plan just for downtown, but of the city as a whole. Knowing the return on investment of each of these actions, being confident in how these actions play out, And having three things that are happening currently in your back pocket and what they will result in, this will make this a plan for all of Edmonton, and make sure that we have a consistent follow through, and that we're not kind of coming back here in 15 years and saying what was it that we did and didn't accomplish. If those actions aren't popular that you have in your back pocket, I think I don't truly believe that we need a marketing campaign because Edmontonians don't like downtown. I truly believe Edmontonians just want things that work, and a plan that demonstrates that and shows demonstrable actions that we've taken with successes is going to be the thing. Of course, we talked about starting today, and having a big plan with small actions and an ability to provide feedback both to community groups and to council is going to be really key, as well as financial. The CRL is obviously critical. A 10-year extension unlocks over $900 million of new capital spending, and it isn't unlike what's been maybe reported in one of our papers, an additional tax. It is just using the taxes generated from a tax uplift from new investment downtown. So making sure that we unlock the CRL is really key in making sure that we have a lot of power behind this, as well as partnerships. So talked about a lot there, but thank you very much for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Guest Rowan Hamp online.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Rowan.
Hope you're well today. I'm just going to be online because I'm a student. I have my camera off, but I'm still listening, and it's been nice to hear everyone's voices. I'm representing the co-chair. I'm the co-chair for the projects committee for the City of Edmonton Youth Council. And I'll be elaborating on our stance regarding international students for action item 3. So currently, international students comprise a notable portion of Edmonton's academic community, where the housing crisis is particularly acute for both domestic and international students. Compared to domestic students, the international student population contributes up to 4 times the cost of tuition, along with living expenses and other purchases such as food. They also boost the local economy through employment, especially in areas surrounding post-secondary institutions, especially in areas like MacEwan downtown. However, students across Alberta are more likely to be subject to limited employment opportunities, precarious housing, and financial barriers to continuing their education. These barriers can range from earning low income, working full-time positions or multiple full-time positions to afford rent and basic necessities, long commutes from affordable living areas, wait lists for residency, unsuitable living conditions, predatory landlords, limited access to financial assistance programs, and language barriers. Due to the adversity faced particularly by these students, it can lead to a delayed educational pathway, financial crises, chronic stress, and health issues related to a lack of food intake, inability to access basic hygiene care, and sleep quality. The international student crisis is enmeshed within an intricate policy web that involves the local and post-secondary institutional level, leading to this diffusion of responsibility amongst policymakers. This leaves international students without serious action taken to address the issues that they face. Edmonton has witnessed a large growth of international students attending universities, but the influx has a large capacity that needs to be nourished. Companies such as Oilers Entertainment Group have recognized the mutuality in vision and goals to create a vibrant, safe downtown. OEG's executive vice president stated that student housing is a viable and needed option for our urban village development during a signed memorandum of understanding between OEG and MacEwan University to create opportunities for students. Concordia University of Edmonton has also built a new housing complex to accommodate more students on campus. But despite these efforts, rental costs have continued to rise alongside the competitive housing market. These financial stressors have placed a strain on organizations, including the food bank, especially the one located on the University of Alberta campus. To effectively support international students, I believe that the Downtown Action Plan should include plans to enforce measures for guaranteed affordable housing, specifically for student housing for international students, increasing the supply of subsidized or student-friendly housing, collaborating with students' unions, strengthening protections against discriminatory illegal rental practices and scams, and forming collaborative partnerships between universities, the government, and the private sector. Action item 3 of the Downtown Action Plan also emphasizes increasing and diversifying the housing supply through public investments in dense multi-unit developments. While this initiative is a positive step toward addressing the city's housing challenges, it's crucial to ensure that the focus extends beyond quantity to include affordability and accessibility for all interested residents. Despite efforts such as the Housing Accelerator Fund and the Affordable Housing Investment Program, which have generated over 2,879 new or renovated housing units by the end of 2024, a significant gap lingers between housing availability and affordability. Consideration should be noted to potentially mandate affordability criteria and provide sustained support for non-market housing initiatives. Therefore, it is important to examine potential concerns, especially for students regarding housing affordability that accompany Action Item 3. That's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll just look to the clerk. Are there any other speakers who have registered?
No new speakers that have registered, but it appears that Priscilla has joined us. However, when they joined, it appeared that there was a AI note-taking or transcription enabled. Our office has reached out to them just to confirm that they are not taking notes on their end, and I would just like to confirm with them now that that is correct, that they are not taking a transcription. That is not permitted of the meeting.
Okay, excellent. Guest Priscilla, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And do you mind just confirming with the clerk that you've turned off any AI, or mine turns on automatically when I join a meeting, so I think you have to turn it off.
Yes, precisely. So mine does join automatically as well, but once it's been kicked off, there is, and it's separate from me. So no taking here.
Okay, yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you everybody here and for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Priscilla and I am co-founder and CEO of Scaled AI. And the reason why I am here and I wanted to share my recommendation or suggestion for the Downtown Action Plan is, first of all, I do appreciate that this is even happening. It shows that we're all on the same page, that we do want to see a better Edmonton. What I would like to add as a suggestion is when it comes to partnering with for-profit companies in the sense of whether we're talking about incentives, whether we're talking about attracting more investment, what I would recommend is having a more unified theme. And this is something that we can see in a lot of downtowns or cities at large, whereby there is something unique, a unique strength to the city or to the downtown that would attract outside, whether it's tourism or even just increase the local pride. So for example, Alberta, we know that we definitely have many strengths, one of them being technology. So if we're looking at bringing, for example, technology as a unified theme, creating possible incentives for international businesses to come on and showcase or add on to the theme of technology, whether it be a display of all the latest gadgets or latest sorts of technology. This would make so that Edmonton downtown is not just a place where people come to eat, which I found to be one of the main reasons why someone would come downtown if they don't live around or work around here. But and that is, of course, in addition to all that's been listed as actions. I do believe also to be important for Edmonton downtown to be known for something unique. In this case, for example, technology. So I did see that in the jurisdictional scan, one thing that was mentioned is attracting investment, which is great. So again, with that, if there could be a common theme of technology, for example, specific companies that could bring either their offices or their headquarters here and sort of have displays on the front or street front, as they're called. Also to that, one thing that I would say is it is really great, again, what's on the action plan right now. But one thing I've heard once is we can't do the same thing and expect same results. And this is why this is very powerful, because this is something completely different. And it is also something that's been seen in all the downtowns that are today top of touristic attractions. So
that is what I wanted to share today, and I can definitely share more as we have been working on a sort of a strategy, as we believe that even the private sector as well can definitely contribute to such a plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Clerk, I'm confirming again, no additional speakers. Awesome. So we're ready to proceed with questions of the speakers. And do we ask administration as well, or speakers first, then admin after?
Speakers first and then move on to administration.
They're not as one delegation. Okay, awesome. Got it. Great. Councillor Knack, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thanks, everyone, for being out here today. Always appreciate everyone coming by. I have a few questions, and in particular, I really want to say thanks to our members of City of Edmonton Youth Council. It's always, it's a delight to always have you on some of these very important topics, and that voice is pretty critical when we're going through these. So thank you for taking the time to be out here, and I hope to continue to see you out at various discussions throughout. I do want to ask, just from the CYC's perspective, I heard you loud and clear, housing, affordable housing, this is what we need, and that echoes some of the other comments. Have you been working with, as CYC, groups like the Edmonton Student Alliance to get a sense of just how much housing is needed right now to address some of the affordability issues you were talking about?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. Both me and Rowan were part of student unions at our school. I was a part of the student union at UASU, yes. And she was there for Concordia. So we have direct experience with. Good.
So you're I guess what I'm wondering about is that, because I hear you about, you specifically highlighted one item that I also have a lot of questions about and concerns about, and trying to figure out how much money do we need to make sure we're fully addressing this. What are the total number of units that we need to make sure we're actually filling the gaps that students currently have right now for housing? And so I don't need the answer today, but I guess I'm just curious if you are working on that, because I think we do still have some conversations coming up that would allow us to understand where we should be best allocating the money to accomplish those goals.
So we don't have the direct results right now, but it's good to know that the conversation's going, and if we wanted to maybe give our input, would there be further meetings we could look into? Yeah,
I think, and I mean, I'll defer to your council representatives, Councillor Jans and Salvador, but I mean things like we'll have a public hearing sometime in June. I don't know if we have dates yet for the extension of the CRL, which I think everyone is on board with and we want to do. There's also the conversation about how we're going to best make sure that money's being activated. So I think that would probably be a really important piece, but I'll let your council reps connect with you and provide you a little bit more information on that and what that would look like.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think just to Ms. McBrien, I hear your recommendations. Appreciate that. I wanted to just get a sense from your recommendations. I had your letter and then I closed it again. There it is. So you talked about wanting to make sure that Downtown Business Association is sort of a lead partner on this. I guess I wanted to just make sure, what does that look like to make sure that you are being properly treated as sort of a lead partner in your mind?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. So we've done so many things in partnership with the city over the past few years, but they're often very ad hoc. So we've had, grant funds for initiatives. Sometimes there are initiatives initially, sometimes they're city ideas that they then come to us to implement, but we're often given very little lead time, and the grant funding is 1 year at a time, sometimes if we're really lucky 2 years at a time, which doesn't really give us the ability to plan and have the capacity we need to do this work at the level that we would like to be able to do it. And we're heading into our strategic planning cycle this year. We have our session is in June with our whole board. And the last time we did that was actually right after the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy was published, and we were identified as a lead partner on a whole handful of actions, and those actions fed directly into our strategic plan, which then informed the team we were building and what we were focusing on. And so this plan doesn't really give us the ability to do that because we're not really sure what that partnership looks like on an ongoing basis.
Okay, and I'll ask about that with the administration, but I guess my question is, you're not that could be additional work on an organization. you're comfortable with that, and with no disrespect to any of the other organizations here today, I do think there's a pretty different role that the DBA plays compared to all of the other groups. So you would be comfortable taking on that type of work, even if it meant a lot more on your plate. You've already got a lot on your plate. There's a lot going on, but you would be interested in that. You would welcome that.
Absolutely. I think, when we talk about this with our board, I think certainty is one of the most important things. I think if we had some sort of MOU, something that helped us understand how the city sees us in the implementation of this plan, we are very eager. Some of our programs are mentioned in this plan, and we're very happy to see that. So we want to continue that. We'd just like to hopefully get away from the ad hoc, short-term nature of our working relationship so far.
I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright?
Oh, I thought you were next. No?
Actually, sorry. Yeah, it should be Mayor Sohi. It should be Mayor Sohi next, sorry. Okay, Councillor Wright, then Mayor Sohi. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. My question was to Rowan. You had talked about the MOU that MacEwan has signed with OEG. Is that right? Are you still with us? Okay, Clerk, is she still online or?
If guest Rowan is not.
Rowan's gone? Okay.
Do you want to point it to the other two youth council members then?
Yeah, so I think, Ellen, you're with MacEwan, are you? Or at MacEwan?
I'm with the U of A.
U of A, and what about Tiffany?
I'm with the U of A as well.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to get some other details about, just from what I've seen or understand, that the MOU with MacEwan and OEG is for work-integrated learning opportunities. I just want to confirm there was no housing or anything that was part of the MOU. Do either of you know?
Yeah, we're not entirely sure on that. Is Rowan offline right now? So she's like not in the meeting room at all?
Well, she's not responding, so I'm assuming she's either offline or not available to speak. So, okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Sohi.
All right. First of all, thank you everyone for participating and sharing your views. I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Councillor Stevenson, for initiating this dialogue and asking for this action plan to be developed. Great plan. I want to start with Speaker Estrada. Your view that this is a downtown plan, not a city plan or citywide plan, but downtowns are the heart of any city. So how do you, having a stronger downtown benefits the entire city, doesn't it?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think that's the alleged on this plan. That's the narrative that is being built. But the reality is that we live in communities within the larger city, and a lot of people live, work, and play within their communities that were identified in another city plan. So I think the equitable distribution of the investment should be better reflected in the planning that we do citywide. I
agree with you. I don't think this is being done at the cost of other areas. This is investment necessary for the downtown, right? So I think that's the point I'm trying to make. We'll ask that clarification to administration as well, right? Because this is mainly funded through the CRL, and maybe this is a question I just want to follow up because I have a short amount of time. Maybe this is to DBA representatives, Panita McRyan. This plan is so much dependent on extension of the CRL. And without the extension of the CRL, I don't know how else would we find the resources to fund it. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was one of our first reactions as well. Yes, the plan is obviously contingent on that extension. I think, like many of our partners, we're just really holding our breath and crossing our fingers that does happen, because this plan is important, the actions in it are important, and therefore the funding is important. So the CRL extension is important.
And this,
understanding there's a lot of steps between now and that actually happening. One of our questions to administration was, what is there a plan B? Like, is there a different plan in your back pocket in a scenario where there isn't a CRL, which obviously is a big ask. I don't think there is a plan B right now, but I think they have started working on prioritizing the actions.
Okay.
To know what would be the priority if that money doesn't materialize.
Right. Yeah, because it is, there are different approval process. There's a provincial approval, then there's a council approval, then there's addition of the projects to the CRL list. But it is absolutely essentially dependent on that. I think the 4 pillars of the plan are very, very sound. But
Mayor Sohi, if I may, sorry, I meant that, a citywide plan working with business improvement areas that already allocate budget towards the vibrancy of each of our districts will be a more reasonable plan that is not dependent on something else.
Yeah, we will definitely, Eric, follow up on, because we don't want to have a situation where we are picking and choosing. I think we need to support all districts, including downtown, but this is specific downtown plan that helps the entire city from my perspective, right? So so I think those are very strong 4 pillars. Maybe I'll come to Youth Council where I feel that these plans fall short is on the support for vulnerable population who reside in downtown. They may not have a home, but they do live in downtown, whether they're living houseless, particularly houseless population. So thank you for flagging that. And also I feel that this plan is also short on the reconciliation efforts that we need to make because of that demographic being mainly indigenous. Can you speak to that? Maybe this is to Tiffany?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. I think first off, I'll talk about the indigenous people. So I think what we really wanted to emphasize, and this comes back to Action 6, is that we hope, I think the Downtown Action Plan kind of states that they want to have a pro-led economic strategy and partnership with indigenous people. So we kind of hope that beyond this Downtown Action Plan, that this relationship becomes kind of like an ongoing program rather than just a one-time initiative when it comes to downtown. So hopefully this can be expanded throughout Edmonton as well. And then could you repeat what the first thing you said?
I'm out of time. Maybe I'll come for a second round. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you all speakers and be here today. So my first question goes to 2 gentlemen and from Build, and Mr. Murray and Mr. Civics. And so we all understand the contribution, the importance of tax-based downtown contributed. And in the past 10 years, but it's reduced from 10% to 5.2% with the investment and over $5 billion. Can you help me understand, and even help our public understand, what's the specific challenge and the reason why and we invest this much money, but our tax base and still overall reduce this much or almost 0.5%?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Rice, for the question. So I think it's phenomenal that the report actually identifies some key indicators. I think that what's critical for us as a city and stakeholders is to understand our benchmark. And so over the past year, we've been asking administration and council through this conversation, where are we at when it comes to the economic health of our city and our downtown? What is the contribution from downtown Edmonton to the tax base? And so over the past year, we've been able to work with the administration to to clearly articulate that. So right now, at 2009, we said that the healthy number was 10%. We've seen that reduced to 5.2%. I think the question that is before you is that number reasonable within our current context as growth happens in our city? What should that number look like? And how can other stakeholders be part of that solution? We have seen in the report, though, today that since 2015, over $5 billion has been invested by the public and private sector.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you here because I'm mindful of my time. I just want to know the challenge. What's the reason to cast this reduced?
Well, the biggest one is the downtown office vacancy. So we just aren't seeing the same level of contribution to the tax base. Our downtown investment plan, as well as the downtown action plan, shows that declining trend. They're not contributing the same level. And what we've been able to model in our report is that if we were just able to reduce the vacancy by 1.1% for one office building, the value of that building would be increased by 2.8%. So extrapolated, that'd be $1.7 million per project. So that would be one challenge, and one opportunity is the office vacancies.
Okay. So if that is the case, do you believe this new action plan and actually will address this challenge and to make sure and we will reduce that office vacancy? And because we have the new plan here, we have some strategy in the past, and do you believe this new plan and really could address this and to resolve those challenges?
Absolutely correct. So as administration identified, it would take 26 EPCORs to be able to restore the tax base up to 10%. That probably isn't feasible because we've seen that since 2021, there hasn't been a major redevelopment or high-rise rezoned from city council. So right now we need to be creative with the existing infrastructure that we have. And we know that we have a ton of office towers that could literally be more competitive and more viable in terms of its economics.
Okay. So my next question, thank you. My next question, and going to Ms. McCurry. Hopefully I pronounced your last name right. And so you mentioned about the Edmonton vibrancy, downtown vibrancy strategy. So what did you see the difference between the strategy already in place and then this new plan? So what did you see from different two angles? One is address the specific challenge we're facing, the tax base decline, and another one is to resolve this.
Thank you, Councillor. I think the downtown vibrancy strategy was very quick and tactical. It was designed to work within existing resources. There was the Downtown Vibrancy Fund, which was only $5 million a year at the time. Okay. And so it was very partnership heavy, very quick, actionable, short term. We didn't know how long COVID was going to last, and it was really oriented around that. It wasn't designed to be a long-term, bold vision, really restoring the tax base plan, which is what we see as this downtown action plan to be.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. At this time, we welcome some guests again from Kikyoin School. This is grade 5 and 6 class led by Teacher Yakubao. Teacher Yakubao, am I saying that correctly? Yes. And your school is in Ward Ipikokini-Piotzi, and your counselor is Counselor Jennifer Rice, who's right here. Welcome to City Hall. Has your class had a chance to pick a mayor, or are you doing a mock council? Yes, we do have. Awesome. Would the mayor like to come down to the mic and chat with us for a minute? Welcome. I love the positive encouragement. You guys are an awesome class. So, Mr. Mayor, welcome to City Hall. If you want to push the button right there, there's a little button and you can talk on that microphone.
Huh?
Yeah, welcome to City Hall. So what are you excited about today?
I'm excited about coming here and meeting you all.
Awesome. Are you having like a debate today at City Hall School?
Yeah, we've already done the debate.
Oh, you did? What was it?
If kindergarten to 12 students can ride the bus alone, the ETS transit bus alone and for free.
Ooh, how did you decide?
Yeah.
So yes to free, yes to riding alone, and yes to free?
Yes.
All the way from kindergarten up? Wow, that's very exciting. Well, I'm glad to see such enthusiasm for public transit, and thank you for joining us today. I believe your councillor may have an opportunity to come and say hello to you at the lunch break, and you're welcome to stay and enjoy our meeting. We're talking about how to make downtown even better.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for coming. Welcome to all the students. Awesome, and if I can hop on the board now, I believe it's my turn. I guess I want to go to guest Estrada first. I think the tension you highlight is one that I hear about from other BIAs and other parts of the city as well too. It's not that we don't want to see downtown be successful. It's that we have this tension though that where's the plan for the other parts, and this sense of picking winners and losers, that a dollar spent here is a dollar that can't be spent there. So I just wanted to get a sense from you. Are you looking for kind of like a Alberta Ave master plan, or what would be your hope?
Thank you, Councillor. No, I think we want to see be really in the table with administration developing these plans. You know, following up with what Punita said, we're very good at planning, but the execution, the BIAs are the ones are actually hitting the ground, and we are often bring to the table at the very last minute without proper planning and without proper leadership from our administration. And I think if you direct them today to create a plan that is comprehensive for all the districts that are already created by business improvement areas by council and led by business owners that are operating in their unique areas, you will have a lot better long-term success than a short-term influx of investment towards a decaying, outdated business model of land speculation or building speculation.
Yeah, I think I share some of the concerns expressed today about the event park and some of the big CRL investments downtown. And I guess the numbers I have are that the city of Edmonton still owes $402 million of debt, $402 million on the downtown arena, and the annual debt servicing costs of that are $33 million a year. So right away, every year, we're spending $33 million just paying the mortgage on the arena. And then, interestingly, the Oilers were the top earning team in the NHL last year at $388 million, and the entire franchise is valued at $3.53 billion. And I guess my question is, like, with all that money going downtown, and I'm not even talking about, I think there's another $14 million in foregone property tax revenue. What was the opinion of the Alberta Ave BIA like before the last arena agreement? You know, how did we not sort of see this coming, that if we keep investing in these big handouts that there's going to be less money to be given? Did you have a position back then? Did your predecessors?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I don't have that information on top of my desk right now, but I think we kind of share some of those concerns about those large investments on a credit card that we can't afford to pay ongoing.
Like I hear from White Ave, for instance, that this cup run has actually been detrimental in that all of the energy for the bars and other restaurants, etc., has been kind of vacuumed downtown into sort of one owner's properties instead of being distributed among like a garden of various owners. Is that your experience on the Ave?
Definitely, and you know, when big investment leave our area now, formerly known as the Avenue of Champions, or I think is still be known as the Avenue of Champions without really making any championship lately, leaves a big vacuum for all those businesses that bought into the idea of investing along the lines of entertainment rather than education.
Switching gears, I wanted to ask, so I may have missed it in the plan, but one piece, and maybe I'll go to Ms. McBrien, around the downtown hotels. I was approached by some downtown hotels recently who are really concerned about Airbnbs and the ghost hotel market destroying the business case for new hotels downtown. And they were saying, Councillor, you're not going to see any hotels built until we deal with short-term rentals. Did I miss that in the plan, or is that another area of advocacy for your members?
That's a really good question, Councillor. Thank you. We've had some conversations about it. Frankly, I'm a bit out of my depth on that policy issue, but I do believe we have multiple issues in our hotel market that we probably need to address, and that might be one of them.
Yeah, they were worried any apartment incentives will end up being Airbnb conversions, will end up eating the hotel market, will end up eating our tax base, etc.
I think that might be a bit overstated. I don't think we have quite as many Airbnbs and short-term rentals as many downtowns would, but I think it's worth studying for sure.
Yeah, maybe I'll follow up with admin on that. Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks. Councillor Cardmell.
Thanks.
Just being fair, trying to make sure.
No, all good. Thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate all the feedback and input. Maybe Mr. Pai, just very quickly, you rattled off some numbers there, and I think I understood you to say that you dug out the old per door subsidy from many years ago. And do you have in front of you, like there was an amount of money put in, and then effectively a property value that arose from that? Do you have that right in front of you?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it was $10,000 a door, and the residential population of downtown doubled in that time from about 4,000 to about 8,000, or in that range, 5,000 to 10,000.
I guess that would be interesting too, because I don't hear anybody that took advantage of that per door subsidy some 15 years ago complaining about the lack of property or the property value lift and the subsequent property tax investment lift. Maybe you, Ms. McBride, I got a few questions for you if you don't mind. I understood you to say that you've seen what other cities have done in terms of activation. You have connectivity to other downtown business associations. Comparing perhaps to those cities that have a strong visitor economy. I think you said Montreal, maybe there's some others, yeah? How many of those cities have a moribund, somewhat abandoned downtown?
It's a very leading question, Councillor. 0 of those cities have a defunct downtown.
Like I'm struggling to think of the city that I want to go and visit that when I get there doesn't have a lot going on. Would you agree that this is effectively an economic development plan?
Absolutely. I do believe that. I think and I think smartly, the City of Edmonton has its org structure such that urban planning and economy are one department, because I think those two things have to go hand in hand, and this is absolutely an economic development plan.
If this plan is successful over time, over the next few years, maybe the next 10 years, and we get back to a thriving downtown that's very active and appealing and draws people to it, will property values rise without building 26 EPCOR towers?
That is what we've seen in cities across North America where investments like this have been made. There has been a dramatic turnaround in property values, and Calgary is the closest example. They've taken bold action since 2021. They were a bit ahead of us because they hit bottom before COVID.
Yep.
And they have already seen a dramatic increase in their property values downtown without building a single new office tower.
But to be clear, that was a plan that came out of 2015 where they saw a crisis in 2015, and now in 2023, 4, 5, they're seeing the fruits of their labor. That's an 8-year run.
Correct.
We're just talking about it. So, talk about it now, execute now, we would see the same fruits, presumably.
Presumably.
I feel like there's an order of operations piece here. So we've talked about a lot of capital investment that relies on the CRL. I feel like there's a parallel conversation around operating budgets that would support the DBA's work, support the 2 programs that you mentioned, the Core Patrol, the Ambassador Program. And perhaps a third parallel lane of work, which is an accountability. What did I write down here? Some combination of accountability and partnership and a more rigorous role for some of the organizations that are downtown. I'm struggling to find my words here, but so not this annual funding and this ad hoc thing, but a more permanent, established partnership, collaboration piece that will help guide the capital investments and the operating investments as they come forward. Is that fair to say? Like there's effectively 3 streams of work here?
Absolutely, yeah, I think that sums it up.
And again, the capital work is reliant on the CRL.
It is.
Yeah. I'm asking you to speak for all of them. I see Jason, who I think was the co-author of the downtown investment plan that was created by the various agencies. In the work that administration is presenting today, do those agencies feel heard? Do you feel like the downtown business community is being heard through the presentations today?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, and I would echo Jason's comments. Like, I think, seeing a lot of the recommendations from the downtown investment plan reflected in this, the process that admin went through, a lot of our input, a lot of our concerns on the planning side have absolutely been addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for coming out today. I have a number of your questions that I'll take forward to administration, but maybe to Speaker McBrien again to stay with you. I think you raised an interesting tension in terms of sort of how comprehensive this plan is. In my mind, this is very much sort of a corporate plan. So what are the things that we as a city are doing? But I take your point that there's sort of this broader community plan as well. What are the other agencies, organizations, businesses bringing to the table? Is that something that you think can be developed through the downtown leadership table?
I think so, yeah. I think there's an opportunity as this plan turns into action and implementation to figure out what those missing pieces are. But I do think some of the partner pieces are in here, so it's just incomplete. Like, for example, the downtown farmers market is in there, which currently is implemented by us. Entertainment districts currently implemented by us. Downtown ambassadors currently our program. So there is a need, I think, to have a partnership lens across all of this. And yeah, the downtown leadership table could be the way to do that.
Yeah, and I take that point, and I think how I was reading those references in the action plan were, again, the city will take steps to support these external initiatives, but there's still those sort of external ones. So I appreciate that tension. We can dig into that a little bit further. And then, something I really appreciated about the downtown investment plan that was created was also that recognition of, multiple orders of government needing to be brought to bear on the issues. So, I think the city's action plan is definitely a response to that. Just wondering, maybe Speaker Sfikse, just what you're hearing from the other orders as well in terms of their response to those calls.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. So since we launched the downtown investment plan in the fall, we had some great success, obviously with public support and community support. And it's not just the private sector and businesses. We've collaborated with post-secondary education institutions like Norquest, MacEwan, as well as the University of Alberta. We've given all of our groups like a roadmap, so in all of our independent conversations, we're able to sing from the same song sheet, which is critically important because as you folks have seen and the discussion before you is that there's a lot of wishes, needs, and desires for downtown, a lot of different approaches and strategies. And so this really consolidated all of our ideas within 17 big actions. We've met with the Premier, we've met with the Minister for Municipal Affairs. They all have been articulating the importance and strength of the downtown investment plan. I know when we first launched the plan, it was seen as sticker shock, like where are we going to get $500 million from? But that was stretched between all three orders of government. We're encouraged that this report, the Downtown Action Plan, which is independently explored with different actions with a broader community base, actually says City of Edmonton should provide $553 million. So I think it just explores that all cumulatively that we're on the same page. We have the purpose. Now it's really around the strategies and also the commitment. So where do we put the budget towards?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that implementation piece, and I think that this is sort of intended as the city's implementation action plan. And yeah, just curious, sort of those follow-ups. One in your thoughts, and I don't know if this is the right approach, but just wondering about representation on the downtown leadership group from, let's say, Prairies Can or AHS, just some of those, again, other organizations that I think really we need to bring to bear on the success of downtown.
Absolutely. We have had conversations with Prairies Can. I know that Panita and her group at DBA are more connected to them. But certainly in our plan, we've articulated those different agencies and, it's good for them to know where our priorities are as well as within the Downtown Action Plan. So I think what we're sort of articulating with the city's Downtown Action Plan is just maybe a bit of not a spreadsheet, but a table that sort of articulates those different agencies and how they might fit into this. As Panita mentioned, so many different organizations are looking to figure out where they fit, how they lead, and how they lean into this conversation. They're building out their strategic plans, their business plans, and their business case with their memberships as well. And so the more clarity that we get from the city and other orders of government, we're able to embed those into our priorities as well.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I think, yeah, again, a really exciting opportunity for the work of the leadership team to provide that place to plug in, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. And we definitely saw that with the City of Calgary. You know, all the different private sector and community and not-for-profit organizations came together to really accelerate the priority for action within downtown Calgary. So we're really committed and excited about that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, are you with us?
Yep, thank you very much. Appreciate everyone being here. I'll start with Chris from the Chamber. Following up on the letter you sent, you cited 33% as your office vacancy number. And I'm wondering where you got that number from, because it's quite different from the downtown investment plan released last year, 24, and the action plan today, which is 19.6.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang, for the question. The 33% we noted around commercial vacancy was actually drawn from the report itself. It's on page 4 in the second paragraph, but we noted it was higher than even the data we looked at last year.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that, you know, we're on the same page around the numbers. I have a lot of questions for Panita, just similar to others. So I'm interested in the task force you're talking about. Typically, task force is bound by a time frame, whereas I kind of saw the leadership group as sort of an ongoing thing. So wondering if you can comment on that, and then also in the letter you also talked about how, you know, if done well, this could potentially replace, you know, the Downtown Revitalization Coalition. Wondering how you see that playing out.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Our understanding is that this is a 5-year action plan. So I think a task force to implement a 5-year plan makes a lot of sense. I think maybe a leadership group in the longer term does make sense, but I think, you know, if we're trying to get all of this done in 5 years, I think that's where having all those partners in a really active role around the table is valuable. And yeah, I mean, maybe Speaker Cheryl Watson, if she's still with us, could comment too. I did run this past her. I didn't throw it out, you know, just on my own. I do think what those partners around the Downtown Revitalization Coalition table have been looking for is what's in this plan. And so if the partners, some of the partners, obviously not the whole group, were given a leadership role in implementing this plan, I don't know that I see a need to continue having that external group exist. And I think that group always intended to be, like you said, it was kind of supposed to be a task force initially with an end in sight. So I think that's an opportunity here.
Okay, yeah, no, that's great. You know, certainly I think coalition, from moving from recovery to revitalization, and I imagine, you know, down the road might evolve as well, but I certainly see that as kind of longer term as well. So I just want to be clear too then, by specifically identifying DPA as a key implementation partner, so then you are talking about some of that resource identifying the plan going towards a DBA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I would agree with some of the speakers from the Youth Council about, because I also found kind of where this plan is weak is around the lack of social infrastructure, and without which I think it will be very difficult to maintain a strong economic outlook. Panita, you've been obviously, and many others around the table today have been very strong, you know, advocates for, and, you know, speaking out around some of the issues. Did you note this gap, I suppose, and any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We did have many conversations with our colleagues at City Administration about that, and I think, you know, they can probably answer your questions as well about the tension that exists with what is in the city's jurisdiction, what is implementable, given that this is an economic development plan, and what the massive gaps we know to still be, and where the jurisdiction for those gaps actually sits. I think it's a really a messy situation that we've been in and continue to be in, and I don't know how this plan can really address it, except to say a program like our Core Patrol, for example, or even other city-funded programs that address some of the experience of being downtown as a result of our gaps in our social services sector. Some of that could be addressed, but it's certainly no solutions to the actual problems.
I mean, I am wondering if we should be a bit more explicit in the plan around the role of advocacy, given, you know, the province has contributed one time $5 million towards downtown, but downtown is so crucial for not just big cities, but region and even, I will argue, northern Alberta. Last 15 seconds, Jason, wondering if there's any gaps from the investment plan that's not touched on in the action plan.
No, I would say that the majority of our more pressing DIP actions, the Downtown Investment Plan items, have been included in the DAP.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Mayor Sohi, you're next.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But in the chat, Councillor Rice asked if she could go first, because...
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Worries, yeah,
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Go ahead.
So my first question goes to Ms. Swanson. Are you still online? Cheryl Swanson. Oh, okay. So if she is not online, I do have a question. And in her presentation, talk about for the downtown action plan to really one focus to increase the residential piece. So I was wondering, any of your speakers could answer my question. Is this refer to the student housing, or you refer to the general marketing residential housing?
Councillor Rice, that's a great question. So the Downtown Investment Plan called for a series of housing-related or residential attraction actions. One of them included the Downtown Infrastructure Fund. So we know that infrastructure is key to be able to make investment decisions around residential stimulation. And Catalyst, the Attainable Housing Incentive Program, is another element. We know that the province is changing the rules for the CRL to allow for attainable/affordable housing to be a guideline as part of CRL and unlocking the revenues there. And then, you know, I think something to be said here is that when you release a plan, it sends a strong signal to different orders of government about priorities from a city. And so once the DIP and the DAP, I acknowledge that it's really cute saying DIP and DAP. Once those reports came out, I believe, and this is a question for administration, is that the federal government was able to provide and unlock more opportunities for the student housing fund. So there's about $17 additional million to be able to support student housing around sort of that education district, which you've identified as a catalyst area of the downtown.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So next question goes to Mr. Martin, if you're still there. So in your presentation, talk about and then enhance the leadership role instead of advisory role. Can you tell me a little bit more? How does that look like? And it is more referred to our stakeholders and the partners in downtown to get into that leadership role. And then, so is there anything? And we have the task force and in place already. And is there any other approach and you are looking forward and to how we implement this action plan, or is there anything you would like to see some changes?
Yeah, I don't think the Chamber would want to see changes to the way the report's written. We were really excited to see reference to that downtown leadership group, but our initial review of the report was that it would be more so an advisory role. And like others have talked about today, we really do think that in order to move this plan from planning to action, we do need to see concrete leadership at the table, people that are willing to actually move on items, report upon what they're supposed to deliver, and that accountability. So just thinking about that downtown leadership group as really a steering committee or someone that's going to move this work collectively forward is what we envision. I think others have talked about the benefit of thinking about the various partners in that ecosystem, be it if they're the EDBA, if they're BUILD, if there's Prairies Cans, the Chamber. But I think just making sure the right people at that table are a good start and making sure it's action-oriented.
Oh, thank you. I do have some question to the administration later on regarding the accountability piece. And thank you, everyone. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Just following up with Anand Pai on the, you referenced 2,200 additional housing units generated by, you used COVID fund, right? Which is the downtown vibrancy, downtown construction grant fund, right? And that was a program that basically paid off through increased property taxes generated by those investments. Where are all those 2,200 units close to completion now?
They are close to completion.
Yes. And you would like to see the similar type of program set up?
I think a similar program would work well. If you think about like, for example, my downtown condo pays $2,500 a year in property taxes. So if you were to provide it as a grant, and you wanted it to be paid off in 4 years, it'd be a $10,000 grant. That construction grant was actually just I think kind of refunding your taxes for 5 years. But one way or another, whether it's upfront or through property tax deferral.
Because it's been a very successful program, right? I think last time I saw the number was that $1 invested through that program generated, I think, $25, $20 private sector investment. It's been pretty big for the city, right? Okay, I will ask that question to administration. I hope that we all agree that the investments that have been made by the city since 2015, $1.5 billion in capital and close to $300 so million in operating since 2015 have helped downtown. We would be in much worse position if those investments were not made. I know you're not nodding heads, yes, but can you articulate that and can you vocalize that for the media, probably, right? Because we don't want to leave that impression that somehow those investments have not paid off.
And I think one of the reasons why the number is so large is because it encompasses so many things: transportation projects, facilities, and things that we don't really. If it was any other neighborhood, we wouldn't conglomerate it like that.
I see.
And so I think it ends up looking like a very big number. But you think about all of our arts attraction, tourism, investment attraction. All of those things are all investments are all consolidated there.
I see. Okay. And what are you saying? You're saying that may look like quite a conflated number.
Right. Like we don't look at the other side of the bridge when we count what we've invested in White Avenue. But we're counting one side of the bridge when.
Got it. And I agree with you. I think
but it is a good investment.
Yeah. But the point I was trying to make was that in the absence of those investments, we would be probably in a much worse situation than we are today, right? Because those were very significant investments, decisions made in 2015. Maybe I'll frame this way: if the downtown arena was not built downtown, we would be in a much worse position. Right? Yeah. Cool. Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you. I will conclude with that.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'm on for questions of admin. Did anybody else have questions of our speakers? Hearing none, thank you all so much for joining us online and in person. If you want to hang tight, we'll jump into the next round here. So is anybody else on for questions of administration? So, Councillor Neck, you selected this item. Do you want to go first?
Sure, thank you. Again, first, thanks to administration for all the work that went into this plan. I think based off the feedback, that was a really good example of a lot of the great work that went into it. So a great a testament to the team's work on that. I have a few questions. First, this report is currently a receive for information, and it sort of feels weird to me to receive this report for information in the sense of we've heard everyone wants us to take action. I think we all want to take action. Should we be adopting this plan, accepting this plan, sending it to council so there can be an acceptance and an acknowledgement that we want you to do these things?
So, Councillor Knack, this is not this is like other plans that we've brought forward to committee. So the Industrial Investment Action Plan is another recent example that committee endorsed through accepting it for information. So we are following the same practice, and as you know, we're implementing the Industrial Investment Action Plan with intent and speed. If Urban Planning Committee wanted to make the recommendation to City Council that they approve this plan, like that's something that committee could decide to do.
I think it's in order. Yeah, you're saying it's not necessarily necessary. Yeah. On the other hand, I don't know. I think there might be value in saying that. So okay, I'll come back to that at the appropriate time. I'll go through a bunch of my other questions. The only thing there are sort of a few big concerns I have on two items, and I just want to ask a little bit more. Appreciating we're going to have a separate public hearing about the event park and the site servicing, but I do just want to ask about their inclusion now, because we have not had a public hearing on those, and there is not a final agreement. I'm wondering why they are being added, because that is the only thing that would hold me up from wanting to sort of approve the plan today, is the inclusion of these two things that Edmontonians have not had a say on.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. So the Downtown Action Plan is the what? So this is identifying that we need to do extension to our CRL to really look at critical infrastructure in our downtown. So that's what today's decision is about, or receive for information is about. The conversations about the actual individual projects that make up that plan, that decision will come forward at public hearing.
Yeah,
So this is intended to reflect the whole suite of things that are being looked at in our downtown, recognizing that the implementation still requires steps and that will still be coming forward.
For clarity, all of the projects listed are the ones that have been brought to committee as part of the conversation. So
agreed, I guess.
We added all of the projects and made it very clear that it was contingent on extension.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm just trying to separate out, because I think all of the other things, I mean, I've heard overwhelming support for housing. I've heard overwhelming support for a lot of things. I don't know we've had enough of a conversation to say this should be, whether it's, right now it's showing as year 5, which would suggest it's later in the process compared to the housing, which is good. What I don't know is if we should be putting in more money into housing, and I appreciate that's some of the questions I asked and that I believe are going to come as part of the public hearing, but I'm still just a little uneasy with it.
There's been no prioritization of the CRL projects as part of this, which
I guess so I shouldn't be reading the timeline as a prioritization of when you would want to do that?
There's no, the timeline is a reflection of the current, the best available information, but we've made it clear in the plan, this does not replace the normal CRL prioritization process in any way.
Yeah, not suggesting that. I guess it just does seem to give us a general outline of, you've put timelines for a reason, I think, in this plan. These would be the things that might be higher priority over one another. There's still a final decision to be made on that.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll think about, geez, only a minute left already. Yeah, I have a lot of questions. I can't really start the next series until I'll go do another round. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can jump in, I want to jump onto 7.2 for a second. Now, I guess my question here is, as I understand it, if we want an entertainment district, admin has to work with some partners, come with a bylaw change to the public space bylaw, bring it to city council. I think this is too much bureaucratic work. I would like to make it the delegated authority of the city manager that they can then approve districts, entertainment districts at their own at a reasonable direction, right? Because I know of at least 2 others that are interested, but they are jammed right now in the process of getting ahead of the council calendar before fall recess, etc. If for some reason something else comes up and we want to make another street, like why is it we can do street closures for community festivals, but yet I think if it's gone through the rigor of admin and they're recommending it to council, I think we should be more nimble and just delegate this authority. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
The current AGLC regulations prohibit the delegated authority outside of a bylaw. This is something that we are having conversations with AGLC about to allow more flexibility and a nimble approach to establishing entertainment districts. But current legislation prohibits any establishment outside of a bylaw approved by City Council.
So that's just the parts pertaining to alcohol and cannabis, though, right?
That is correct.
So we can delegate, like the city manager can create entertainment districts, but they just won't be open alcohol.
So the entertainment district designation, the only change versus other closed road events is the ability for alcohol purchased at licensed establishments to be consumed in the designated area. So in terms of establishing an entertainment district, that was more of a, quite honestly, a marketing play. Like there's nothing prohibits that. But the entertainment district establishment, as per the Liquor and Gaming Act, is that mechanism.
I thought there's also some stuff around road closures, traffic, parking, etc. that.
So we've designed the bylaw that way to ensure public safety, to ensure the implementation aligns with city priorities and the care and control of public space. The actual designation doesn't require a road closure as per AGLC regulations. We have proposed that the bylaw be written that way, and that's what was approved with City Council, that the designation would only occur during a road closure event.
Okay, so making sure I got this. So if Happy Beer Street right now on say 78th Ave wants to do a closure, wants to do a program, wants to do a pop-up market, they can do all of that.
They can.
And they can, and it's fairly quick and seamless for them to apply.
They can. Yep. We license hundreds of road closure events through our civic events process annually. We have a team dedicated to it. That process is nimble and agile.
So, but if we want to create a 4 to 12 month permanent entertainment district with alcohol, cannabis, whatever, that has to come to council because we need a bylaw change because of AGLC.
That's correct.
Okay, so maybe we can put that in our cut red tape pile for the government because that just seems unnecessary. And like I know of one proprietor, they were trying to get this ready, but they don't think they can make the council calendar this year. So
we understand from AGLC that they're open to making improvements. The entertainment district opportunity is sort of new, so they are open to the feedback and working with us.
That's awesome. That's really exciting because other than that, I mean, it sounds great. Okay, I'll yield time. Thanks. Next speaker would be Councillor Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for the work. This is a great economic action plan. Want to start with the question around the inclusion of certain projects but not other projects. For example, we have a project now, very important project that has not been completed, will not be completed without additional support, which is the Windspear project. I did not see that anywhere in the plan.
The Windspear is listed on our CRL list of projects that have gone to the province for approval to be included into the CRL.
Okay. So it has been included because
yes.
I remember writing a letter to the minister because that's a very, very important project, but not referencing here does not mean exclusion of that project from the action plans.
That's correct, and Tom could speak further around, the intent around the Arts and Culture District and working with those partners. But as it relates to the Windspear, that project is listed on our CRL project list that is with the Province of Alberta review right now.
But all I need to know at this time, Kim, is that if the exclusion of that project not being part on this document is just an oversight or something, it's not in any ways. We can still fund that project even though it might not be listed here.
Yes.
If province agrees to include that into the list.
Yeah, correct. To be clear, the Downtown Action Plan is in a comprehensive view of every action that's being taken in our downtown, and inclusion of that project. The non-specific inclusion of that project doesn't prohibit further action.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that. My main worry. This is great work. Thank you for doing this, and implementation will be huge for the city, but it's so much dependent on the extension of the CRL. If that doesn't happen, what is a plan B? Even if there's a plan B,
8 of the 45 sub-actions are directly related to the CRL extension, so that leaves lots of room for 37 other sub-actions that are not contingent on the CRL extension. Obviously recognizing that the importance of the extension as it relates to the plan is large, but we feel like there's a lot of substantial actions remaining in the event that that extension didn't occur, and really, prioritizes work that is focused on long-term growth and still relates to the 4 goals that we identified.
Right.
So an adjustment would be needed, obviously, and
but the main big capital projects are contingent on CRL.
That's correct. I mean, we've got 96 million of the proposed 553 million financial investment are from existing sources. That includes 70 million from CRL funding. So there are significant CRL projects that would address some of the capital infrastructure project needs. But in terms of, the crystal ball about what, Plan B would look like, I can't say for certain, but I can tell you that, this is not simply a plan that reflects the opportunities related to CRL or the CRL extension. It's a comprehensive look at actions to support downtown in alignment with the 4 goals that we've identified.
Got it. So you would have to scale it back to and prioritize.
Correct.
Okay, got it. If that, I hope it happens. I hope that our collective advocacy will pay off on that. We'll see what happens. I have 1 minute remaining, but I do want to plant a question in your mind that will follow up in the second round, is that economic success in downtown is dependent on the building of the social infrastructure downtown as well, right? Without tackling those societal issues, our downtown will not be thriving to the fullest potential it can. But the plan is lacking that reference here. I know it's a separate conversation. It's not our jurisdiction. I understand that, right? But I want to understand what do we need to do to make sure that we are not losing sight of that fact, that lack of social infrastructure will always be a biggest hindrance to economic growth opportunities in downtown.
Mayor Sohi, I think when we take a look at economic development and economic development that happens in our ecosystem, the social concerns and social issues are part of that conversation versus a separate, discrete part of how we implement many of these actions. So although it might not be front and center or explicit here, it's part of how we need to move and how we need to implement in our downtown particularly, because you're absolutely right. Without addressing and putting some of those issues on the table along with economic development, we're going to continue to face barriers to moving this forward.
I'm going to come back to in the second round on that.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Wright. Nope. Yeah, Councillor Wright.
I can go? Okay. But just sort of tagging on to what Mayor Sohi's talking about, the social challenges in that, though, even though it's part of the conversation, if we don't really have responsibility for that or control of that, how can we control that to improve our economic situation in the downtown?
So, Councillor Wright, we know that this is a collective priority of City Council. We have a community safety and well-being strategy. We have a dedicated team advancing that work. We have our affordable housing investment strategy as well in terms of working to see more affordable housing units realized within the City of Edmonton. And so there's complexity to this issue, along with advocacy to other levels of government for additional funding for supportive housing and affordable housing, community mental health and supports, etc. So there is a whole body of work that is working to advance, to work towards solutions on that complex issue.
Okay, but until that advocacy yields some results, is this economic plan doable? Are we going to achieve the goals?
I think the Downtown Action Plan is big, it's bold, it's complex, and it has many moving parts. And given the significance of our downtown to our fiscal sustainability, our approach is to work on many things at the same time versus sequential. So waiting for something or the perfect time is going to be a real challenge. We see the need now and the actions. That's why we're taking that urgent 5-year and no more outlook here, because we see urgency and a need to move all these things forward as quickly and as much as we can as possible.
So everything has to come together in order to achieve those goals.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're looking at this as a system.
Okay. Okay, and then I'm just also, if Winspear is not included in the approved CRL that comes back from the province, and it's not included in the report here, will it still be a priority?
Councillor Wright, we can take a look at the report and make an administrative adjustment here in terms of the Downtown Action Plan to add Winspear. Okay. So there is reference to it in the report, or like in this document now. And so we will have...
but that's only based on it being in the CRL request, extension request.
It's recognition that the Winspear is an important part of our downtown, and an important part of our arts and culture district.
Okay. And what is Plan B if the CRL extension doesn't get approved? I think Panita was wondering about that.
I think if we find ourselves in a situation where either parts or whole of the action plan are not approved at public hearing, then we would look at what can move forward based on agreement and find other paths to have those other pieces implemented. For example, using the Winspear, if we add it to the plan, or when we add it to the plan, we would identify the source of funding to be CRL extension. That's what we know as today. But should that not play out the way that we think it might, then we take a look at what is other funding sources we could look at, whether it's advocacy to other levels of government, city funding, or other mechanisms. So I think it gives us a place to start and then the flexibility to make adjustments.
So are we kind of back to the drawing board, or... But we do have that foundation to build on that we've already got here.
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Wright, we need a plan. This is the bold transformational plan for our downtown. If the CRL isn't extended, it could impact the pace of implementation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice. Yeah, Rice.
Thank you for the comprehensive plan, and we definitely heard lots of good pieces and from our key stakeholders and in downtown area. So my first question so this is the first time for our city to really develop this type of downtown action plan, or we already have a similar plan, and then starting 2025 when that over $5 billion investment already happened?
I think today's downtown action plan is a reflection of today's environment and the advice and recommendations from our economic ecosystem downtown of what we believe is needed in Edmonton to build the best downtown possible.
So this is not first time?
This is not first time. There have been other plans that reflect the current economic environment at that point in time.
At that point.
Councillor Rice, we're drawing from the Capital City Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan in terms of its vision and goals and how to best implement it. And the Downtown Action Plan is a further reflection of action to implement the vision.
Yes, and I agree with that. And then we have mission and goals and how we build the capital city downtown core area. But how to implement that is involved different factors. So I'm going to ask I want to focus on the two factors to support implementation here. More cost effectively and efficiently. So first one is the financial resources. Can you tell me the breakdown? And because we have total number for over $5 billion investments in the past 10 years, cover both private investment and public investment. Can you break down and for the public investment?
So, of the $5 billion?
Yeah, $5 billion.
Yeah, so the $5 billion capital investment since 2015 is $1.5 billion from city funds, $3.5 billion from other sources, which includes other orders of government. The rough breakdown of that is $2.5 billion private sector, $1 billion other public sector organizations.
So from that perspective, did you see the return, and for the return, when we look at the investment return, and that return is really reflect to measure success and then to our goals and missions goals we talked about already?
Yeah, the overall return on the city funds is roughly 230%. We don't have a target for a return on investment. I'd suggest that's a healthy one, given that we've seen significant investments from our Catalyst projects.
Okay, so that's the past information for the data. So I would like to ask the total budget requirement for this implementation action plan. And there is one piece is called unfunded, $15 million, and another piece is about additional funding needed under development for Action 2. So can you tell me what's your estimation amount? And for these two pieces, will be impact in our budget 2023-2026 or the next budget cycle?
Yeah, so any unfunded packages would come forward. Today, we're not bringing any unfunded packages. We're simply identifying that there are a few items that are unfunded that would come forward in the next budget cycle.
So will not come to the current, like the for this year, 2025 full and budget adjustment?
That's not expected, no.
Okay, so that is for the next one. So, but this how impact the implementation?
Those actions have been sequenced accordingly from a timeline perspective, reflecting the need for them to identify a funding source, and they've been adjusted accordingly.
So in Fnati's case, for the total budget request, $553 million for other pieces listed here, and already including in our current budget cycle?
Yeah, it's correct. To be clear, it's a financial investment. It's not a budget per se. The large majority comes from the
CRL.
Yeah, come from the CRL, 511, 440 of which is contingent on the extension, 71 million, which is existing resources. The 9.5 is existing budget that was previously.
That's there. So I want to use the last 20 seconds to ask, what is Chinatown's piece in this entire plan?
Well, as you know, neighborhoods adjacent to downtown are important to our downtown. This plan is specific to our downtown and aligned with the Capital City Downtown ARP is within the borders.
Sorry,
okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know we're running up to noon, but wanted to get a few questions, and particularly sort of reflecting back what I heard from speakers. And maybe just as a first point of clarification, I've been struggling a little bit with this question of a plan B if the CRL isn't extended. For absolute clarity, the vast majority of CRL revenue is our own property taxes that we collect, correct?
Yes.
And so
uplift.
So we could choose to use those revenues on these projects. There would just be a gap in terms of the education tax that we wouldn't have from the province, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, just to maybe address some concerns. I mean, again, I don't think there's any reason to suppose that we won't have that opportunity. But again, these are tax revenue dollars. We can continue to use them to invest in the downtown. Okay, great. I just wanted to reflect. I thought it was a great question from some of our speakers, just around youth involvement in the leadership group or at the leadership table. Are there plans to enable that, so sort of not just representation through post-secondary, but the students and youth specifically?
Yeah, we identify the need to have a very collaborative process with community, and partnership is key to the success of implementation. Working with interested parties is absolutely within scope, and the specifics will be determined through implementation.
Great, that's excellent to hear. I also really appreciated the recognition of the importance of cross-departmental working within the City of Edmonton in achieving these goals downtown, recognizing there's a lot of intersection points. Will that also be reflected in the leadership table composition in terms of having representation from different city departments there?
As needed. I think we want to limit the city representation from a resourcing perspective, but always very much focused on collaboration. The development of the plan was an extremely collaborative process, spanning all departments, and that spirit will continue.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll just add what you're seeing here is a reflection of the corporation mobilizing around integration, and the recognition that downtown is important.
Yeah, that's great. And just to the question earlier around, sort of seeing this as a corporate plan versus a community plan, we have a similar approach, with our plans to address homelessness, the corporate plan being, again, the things we can control. And I actually really appreciate the focus of this action plan on the levers that we hold. Excuse me, just wanted your thoughts on, again, sort of filling that need that I'm hearing in terms of other actors in the downtown feeling that they have a place to land. Is that something that could be developed through the leadership table?
Yes, I think, as stated, I don't think I can state it any stronger that the collaboration and community partnership is absolutely key.
Yeah.
We're focused on including a wide variety of businesses, organizations, other groups that have a vested interest in our downtown and aren't solely focused on a small group of interested parties.
Great. And this, again, is really the city's commitment as a corporation to the work that we're going to be doing, and then using that as a foundation to bring others to the table to expand that further.
We're not going to build the downtown that we want, that we've reflected in this plan, without everyone, pushing in the same direction and working collaboratively together. So that is absolutely a focus.
Great. Well, I have many more questions, but we're at noon, so happy to come back for some further rounds after lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will recess until 1:30. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back. In chambers, joining me is Councillor Wright, Councillor Knack, Mayor Sohi, and myself. Are there any councillors joining online?
Hi, I'm here.
Excellent.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Councillor Tang, Councillor Rice. Was there?
Councillor
Principe is here.
Councillor Principe, excellent. Thank you all for joining. So, before we get started with resuming the questions of administration, we are joined by a school in chambers. It's our honor to welcome the grade 6 classes from La Pearl School. Their teacher is teacher Friend. Teacher Friend, is that correct? Freund? Yeah, but if you translate it to English, it's Friend. Oh, Freud. Okay, excellent. Sorry, my apologies. Welcome, and they are from Nakota Iska, who your counselor is. Did you meet Counselor Andrew Knack? I'm at the other half of your class. Okay, well, you can see Counselor Knack in action here. Did you do a City Hall School exercise? Did you have a mayor? Just the tour. Excellent. Well, welcome. You're more than happy to stay and watch us talk about Urban Planning Committee today. We're talking about how to make our downtown even better. And again, a big warm welcome to our guests to City Hall. Excellent. So stick around as long as you'd like, and we will resume. So we were at questions of administration. Councillor Stevenson, had you got your full allotment? Okay, excellent. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. This is a great report. I really enjoy reading it and also hearing some of the feedback as we did today and through letters. I wanted to start with the Downtown Capital Infrastructure Program. Is this essentially like a neighborhood renewal for downtown?
There are 2 actions under Action 2, Invest in Upgraded Infrastructure, that outline exploring infrastructure programs. One of them is a capital program that's focused on growth projects. The second is an interim renewal program that will explore the possibility of that program being developed in the interim before the master planning piece, as outlined in the action plan, is completed, that outlines longer term priorities.
And we typically have neighborhood renewal for different communities, but is downtown not part of that?
It is
of the
not.
master plan? Okay.
It is not.
Yeah. How? I was confused why it's not.
I'll ask. I think Craig's online. Craig Walbom. I think Craig can address that.
Okay.
Yeah, I am, and I can, Councillor. Yeah, basically the downtown, the neighborhood program was built for our local and collector category roads, and the downtown is predominantly arterial roads, so it's just the classification of those roads. Beyond that, there's some elements with BIAs and things that we prioritize, but it's limited right now, and it's just that categorization that it is.
I see. Okay, thank you. And I want to ask about kind of the governance and implementation, because I know that came up quite a bit. Is the intent for the leadership group to be advisory? I guess I'm wondering if you can talk a bit more about that.
The intent of the group is focused on action. So the focus of the plan is an implementation plan. We're keenly focused on working together in a collaborative way to see action come about. So what the specific mechanisms are yet to be determined, but those are top of mind and priorities as we start implementation.
And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts as to the DB suggestion of a task force and having a direct implementation partner. Yeah,
exploring, like I said, exploring the mechanisms and the formats to successfully implement the leadership table is something that we're happy to do, and that was always the intent. So whether or not it's a task force or a leadership group or something that's potentially more formalized, we'll take all of those options into consideration when developing the appropriate action there.
Yeah, because when I read that section, I was thinking kind of the makeup, like the stakeholders that you have flagged. I was like, this sounds a lot like the DRC, or even, like we are YEG, like the stakeholders involved there. But, admittedly, I think those are more advocacy, but this is really focused on implementation, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And then you talked about regular updates to council. I'm wondering how regular, what does that look like?
I think initially, Councillor Tang, we would look to formalize the leadership table, a robust implementation plan with our partners, and then provide updates, probably through a memo to council initially, but then bringing reports at the appropriate time depending on how the work is advancing. So it will be top of mind to ensure that we report regularly. We'll also establishing performance measures and metrics that will also create a dashboard or something like that to ensure that there's public transparency.
Yeah, our revamped, apologies, Councillor, our revamped downtown website will have forms of dashboarding and regular updates as it relates to implementation of the plan. So this will be, there'll be some regularity to that aspect of the implementation.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, when I saw the metrics, I thought to my mind, this will make a great dashboard. And then just finally, my 30 seconds, thoughts around this advocacy piece that's, to me, missing from the plan. I think that's one of the critical role we could play.
Councillor Tang, I think that's always top of mind for us as we look at the platforms, you know, as an example, the new federal government and how we or will position our advocacy. The Downtown Action Plan provides an excellent tool for council to understand the priorities and make it easy to inform any asks.
Because I think the difference here is that we're really tying this to economic success, right? So I think that's an important framing to the advocacy. I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. I think most of the questions have been asked. So I guess just picking up on Councillor Tang's questions about sort of the leadership table and I guess this is part of why it's like I'm trying to, I don't know if like I want to approve something or not because like I really like the suggestion I heard from Ms. McBrien about how that might work and, you know, is there value in them being a lead partner and not because the other organizations aren't great, but I do see some value in trying to like get back to a place where there's not like 10 different groups trying to do everything. We need a table where we can have all those groups, but it feels like we're still sort of very spread out right now, and I'm worried that's not allowing us to focus our time and attention and action in the way we want it to be. So I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more of a sense of like how will you decide whether to take the recommendation of the DBA or what will that look like? What will be your series of steps?
Well, I can tell you we're very focused on action.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no doubt in that.
And the implementation, like we talked about, starts today with the Entertainment District bylaw. And figuring out the logistics and the real tactical next steps is our next step. I think it's been loud and clear demonstrated today that there's alignment with the majority of our community partners and the willingness for them to participate in the implementation side. So the focus recently has really been on developing the plan, engaging with these partners to ensure that we've got the right approach, we've got the right targets, we've got the right actions. And as we move to the next phase of implementation, we'll shift our focus to ensuring that we've got the right structure and the right governance in order to execute and have the intended outcomes as described.
So I guess the question I would ask is, you know, I saw the letter from the DBA which had 4 recommendations. Generally speaking, I like those recommendations. How do you decide if you're going to action them? that's the like I mean I don't want to get into council micromanaging saying let's go approve this and include each of those 4 recommendations. That probably feels a little bit way into the weeds, but at the same time I just want to understand because I'm still not quite sure I know like how will those be evaluated and reviewed and then potentially put forward.
Yeah, we fully recognize the importance of the Edmonton Downtown Business Association and its leadership. We thank Ms. McBrien and her team for their dedication to supporting our downtown vibrancy efforts. You know, they're a member of our core partner committee, and since 2021, we were able to provide $3 million in funding to 23 projects and have seen great successes. In the plan itself, you'll see that there's $550,000 dedicated in a formal way to support projects that are supported and or led by the EDBA, and looking at ways to expand that relationship and provide more stability and certainty is something that we'll absolutely take away and have a focus in the near term.
So Councillor Tang asked about there would be some check-in points, so that's a chance where we could ask, and because there might be a reason we don't want to do one of those for us. Like I don't want to suggest they're perfect. I like what I read. Seems like they're good. maybe there's a reason we shouldn't do one of them, and so maybe that's the next time you would check in. Whenever
I would suggest that this could be part of a check-in in terms of an update.
Great. I think, Mr. Chair, I do still want to put forward a motion about approving the plan. Am I okay to make that motion now? So folks can maybe ask questions on it? Okay. So there will be, so I'll move that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the Downtown Action Plan as outlined in the May 13th, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report first be amended by deleting actions 3.1 and 7.1 and be approved.
Okay, you don't need a seconder because we're at committee. I'll look to the clerks if they have the language.
We do. We have it up on the screen there.
Excellent, thank you. Do you want to introduce it?
Very briefly, I think I'll start with just the and be approved part. We need to I'd like us to approve a plan. I appreciate that there's maybe not an exact need to approve a plan, but I think if we're going to show that we want to lean into this, we should probably do it. I have included two things which might generate a little discussion, which is the deletion of two of the actions, and they are the two actions I've expressed previous concerns about. Not to reopen or start a public hearing process on those at a later time, but I have had troubles and concerns with both the event park and the site servicing piece since the original discussion around the MOU. I did not support the MOU, and I would be very hard-pressed to continue to see that at the moment, but I would like to have a public hearing to actually hear from Edmontonians before we decide whether those should be included in an ongoing action plan. But all of the other actions should be advanced. So that's the motion, and happy to answer questions on it.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, but we're still continuing the speakers list, so going to the next committee member should be Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, so the resourcing issue to implement the plan. So the $5 million that's required is that'll be unfunded service package.
At this point, we're not recommending any unfunded service package.
So do you have resources?
We have
city resources to start the implementation, as you say, start actioning these.
We do, yeah.
Okay, and at what point you would require additional resources? You'll come to council for those additional resources.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. And what happens to the Downtown Vibrancy Fund?
So simply, we've repositioned it as supporting the implementation of the Downtown Action Plan. So the original funding package, ongoing funding for 4 years, supported the implementation of the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy, and that funding will simply support this plan.
So those funding could be diverted to internal resources to implement, or just so then?
We've got, Mayor Sohi, we've got the internal resources to execute on the plan from administration.
Yeah.
We also have identified in the plan $96 million that's in existing budgets. So as of today, we've got $96 million to start implementing some of the actions.
$96 million for operational dollars or capital and operational dollars?
It's both.
Both, okay.
And the piece that Tom's talking about, the Downtown Vibrancy funding, that is moving into this plan to support the actions identified here, as the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy will be sunset as this one comes into implementation.
Okay.
For clarity, there are recommendations to allocate that funding to internal resources such as accelerating maintenance repairs. So throughout the plan, you'll see clearly what the identified funding source, Downtown Action Plan, as noted, is the funding source that was previously there for the Downtown Vibrancy Strategy.
So then what happens to some of the vibrancy initiatives that we funded this year?
So the evolution of that strategy really was focused on from COVID recovery to long-term sustainable projects. This is a continuation of that evolution and aligning the resources we have with priorities that have been identified as the highest priorities, particularly in collaboration with our community partners. For instance, the sentiment around our infrastructure and ensuring that we've got the right sidewalks and the right benches and lampposts, etc., was loud and clear. And we're recommending that some of that funding go to ensure that those assets are maintained.
Okay, good. Coming back to the motion, if the event park, even though the projects referenced here are kind of for information, they were for information only, but if this goes to council for approval, and our committee recommends to council, then we're basically excluding a project from advancing further.
So those two actions are for site servicing and the event park. So it would be excluding those actions from the downtown action plan. However, it would be administration's recommendation that those remain in the plan, recognizing the plan encompasses a holistic view of the things that we can do downtown.
Yeah.
Council has decisions through the CRL public hearing bylaw,
Yeah.
along with funding decisions, budget decisions, before any budget would be allocated to those projects.
So, but as the motion is, if committee approves this for council's approval, we are proposing to exclude 3.1, which is housing development, right? Or servicing to initiate housing north of the arena.
That's correct.
And we will be basically saying no to the event park.
Yes.
So they no longer will be part of the downtown action plan.
Correct. I would say there could still be the opportunity that we could advance those projects, but in terms of if council made decisions related to the CRL public hearing bylaw.
Yeah.
However, the importance of having one document, one bold transformational vision that articulates all of the actions for our downtown is important.
Yeah. Okay, I'll come back for a second round. Oh, okay, or third round.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright. Oh, did I miss somebody? Oh, Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you.
Yep, you get your first
Yeah,
round.
I've just been lurking all day, but watching on YouTube. But yeah, thank you. So I obviously think that we need to do this, and we need to do it really, really fast. And so I'm just wondering if there is a plan to start implementing some things right away that are maybe even the most noticeable things. Like if we want to do this, we have to show success early out of the gate and show it in a way that people can see that and say, okay, I get it. This is great. Keep going. Do we have that in place?
We do. As mentioned, the entertainment district is the first piece today. Aside from that, there's been lots of work in the background in preparation during the development to support implementation. For instance, would be the accelerating maintenance repairs. That action is ready to be implemented. The activation of public space, we've got options there to implement quickly, not 100%, but in terms of the appropriate amount for this year. So there's absolutely multiple options throughout the plan that you're going to see tangible, visible results immediately.
All right, let me be clear. This is public, for the public to see these changes. I don't think the event park is probably something that the public is going to be like, oh, wow, I'm so excited. I think maybe we need things that are like you said, the maintenance, but also like partnering with other organizations throughout the city that mean that downtown is going to be beautiful, safe, and a pleasant place to visit. Yeah, and I think those should be the priority efforts right out of the gate.
Yeah, for clarity, my reference was to the entertainment district, and if approved, the farmers market, you'll see the visitors that come to the farmers market are going to see, more options as related to that event immediately.
Okay, and out of events, like just the city experience itself for people, do we have a plan so that the public can say, okay, I get where that money's going. It's not just to individuals. It's not just individual organizations. It's for me.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, are we going to get a list of what those actions are going to be so we can share them with our residents who would rightly want to know how their money is being utilized?
Yeah, I think the detail in the plan outlines, what the actions are and what the focus is. For instance, in terms of the $1.5 million dedicated to public space programming. Those details have yet to be determined in terms of what exactly that looks like, but once we've got more information there, there'll be a tangible list about what the opportunities are and the benefits.
Okay, I'd like to be an active participant in those conversations, so please include me. Next, in relation to the motion on the floor, I also agree that the public should be able to weigh in on this conversation, but I think that we should preface this, that the CRL extension is really dependent on the province's position that this must be part of the puzzle. And so navigating that is going to be very tricky, because if the province sees that we are pulling out from that vision, there's a risk that they pull out not only their $180 million, but also the CRL extension. So that would be a tough thing to navigate. So I'd like to hear your perspective on that.
So, Councillor Paquette, further to our report to Executive Committee on the CRL projects, we did get direction to include Event Park and site servicing for the Village at Ice, along with a number of other projects like the Windspear. That has been submitted to the province of Alberta for their consideration of approval of the CRL extension and project list. When that is completed, it comes back to Council for a public hearing. As it relates to the Downtown Action Plan, I would encourage Council and Committee to approve the action plan as we've presented, because it reflects in its entirety all of the actions that would be that we feel are possible and important to invest in downtown. Council will still have decisions to make about when and how in terms of budget. And the CRL public hearing is anticipated later this year.
So if the items that are being moved to be deleted are maintained, there are still decision points in the future on those. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. And so to the mover, just your thoughts on that. I'm out of time though. So if you have 10 seconds of thoughts.
I don't. I have more than 10 seconds.
I'll come back, Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I actually appreciate the action plan, including the ongoing evaluation pieces there. So we heard very loudly today and about the why we needed this plan, and because one element keep referred is the tax base decline. So from evaluation perspective, what is your specific indicator to say this plan is successful? Are you going to use the same element we talk about today and to look at the tax base, or you are use different indicators to really make sure this investment return and is as we expected?
A variety of key performance indicators. We've given you a sample of under each of the 4 growth goals in terms of what we intend to measure. They are flexible and nimble, and will change over time. But the focus under each is different, and a broad spectrum of key performance indicators.
So this is the place I'm very struggling, and because we invested like over $1.5 billion public funding, and then for the past 10 years. And right now, at the end of the 10 years, and we told the public, and our tax base decline, and then does that mean it's not successful? And right now, if we use the similar indicators and as the past 10 years, and we will repeat the same story. So I'm looking for something different to really make sure our implementation is successful. So can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I'll note that taxable assessment values for downtown have been impacted, from a variety of factors. The pandemic effects as it relates to the demand for office space, the growth outside of the city, those are all been factors in terms of the percentage of tax that's collected from the downtown base. I think by and large there's been a lot of success from the $1.5 billion in capital investment by the city.
And I know.
Councillor Rice, I would just add that we have to continue to invest in our downtown, given its prominence and importance. We have, I think you may have heard me earlier, 69,000 people work downtown. We have 1,600 businesses downtown. We have 13,000 people living downtown. We have 3.8 million tourists or visitors, people coming downtown. So there are many reasons why downtown is important and why all Edmontonians should care.
Yeah, so thank you. But I know all those factors you repeated here. This is why this action plan is important. But my focus is I did not see the difference how we measure success between now and in the past 10 years. I want to see that difference. Otherwise, another 10 years and we still say, oh, this is a problem, and we still invest so much money and we still not see that change positively. And so I just try to put this in front and to avoid that repeatedly results and come out. So that's why I'm asking this question. I understand that there is no perfect answer at this point, but I really want to raise that awareness and from public perspective. So that's why my question come in. But thank you for your answer. I do have the one financial questions to the motion on the floor. If we deleted 3.1 and 7.1 here, this is almost $127.5 million. And that means they reduce the almost $130 million from totally $533 million. What's the impact and for how we allocate the CRA funding to really focus on priorities? So I would like to get some thoughts either from mover or from administration.
Sure, I can start a little bit. I think we've heard the priorities over and over again, including from speakers today, but also speakers at executive committee before. More investment in housing, more investment in things that will help improve safety. So it's taking that money and really supplementing a number of the other actions that are already listed in the plan. So just putting it in those things that have a much higher priority.
What's the impact for the from city administration perspective? I know I don't have time right now. My time is out.
Councillor Rice, I would just say there would be potential that the province wouldn't approve the extension to the CRL.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Next up is Councillor Stevenson. Are you on round 1 or round 2? So you're on 3, you're on 2, I'm still on.
Councillor Stevenson always takes precedence over me when it comes to the C-scribe.
Okay.
Anyhow, okay.
Well, hold on a minute now. You're on round 2. Is this, I'll look to the clerk, is this correct?
Yes, it's Councillor
Okay.
Rice.
Okay, good. I'm not playing favorites except for my favorite, which is Andrew.
I know, he's everybody's favorite. Okay, yes, I was wondering about that 127.5, where would that be redirected or how that could be better redirected to maybe to help those 1,600 businesses and all the tourists that come into our city. But then you also said that you've got resources set aside $96 million. If we didn't approve this plan today, then what would you do with that $96 million?
Implementation would be slowed. So the 96 million is 71 of it is from existing CRL projects, which have received approval from City Council. Okay. The 15 million is from the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is a program that we receive federal dollars for. So program development is ongoing there. But the direction with the remaining would slow implementation at minimum.
Councillor Wright, though, I would add the importance of having a downtown action plan that clearly articulates the bold transformational vision is important to support businesses and investment in this city. And so having this holistic document in one place that people can go to see what is Edmonton going to do downtown is important.
Okay. And if we were to delete 3.1 and 7.1, does that sort of suspend the submission that's already with the province and then we would have to resubmit?
We've submitted already to the
Right.
province, so.
But including
It
those
includes
two.
those two. So if council's direction is to change that, then we would have to resubmit.
Okay, and that would delay decisions further. I wasn't really in the mindset to have to debate this today because I thought we were going to do that when the CRL, if they approve it and when that comes back for public hearing.
And that's administration's recommendation that committee approve the downtown action plan. There's subsequent decisions for council to make through the public hearing on the CRL, as well as funding decisions on when things get funded in terms of the budget. So it would be our recommendation to not delete 3.1 and 7.1, leave that in the plan.
Okay, so then I will go to the mover and ask him why we are doing this at this point.
Because I think the way I'm looking at this is it's removing this from the current version of this plan doesn't preclude us from having the public hearing, doesn't preclude us from any of those other conversations. This just says, in this particular version, because we haven't heard from Edmontonians yet, I would hate to create a document that is sending a signal that we've made any type of decision on this. So I'm not saying we should or shouldn't yet. I mean, obviously, I've had my own say on the MOU. We need to have a public hearing, and then if Edmontonians come forward at the public hearing and say, we want this is an important part of what we think downtown vibrancy needs, then it would be just as simple for them to make sure that gets added at the appropriate time. So this shouldn't, in my view, shouldn't impact the submission process at all, because this isn't saying council supports it or doesn't support it. This is just saying it's not being included in a document yet that until we've had a public conversation.
But I guess it does, I think, substantially change what has been submitted, and administration is saying that it would have to be resubmitted with those deletions in there.
If council's direction is to remove those two projects from the project list of the CRL, we would have to make a resubmission. Now, the staging and timing of that is dependent on council direction.
Because that's my concern, is because, yes, I would like to hear from the public as soon as possible on this. And okay.
This is a public forum as well, for community to, share input through a letter.
But I don't think at this point it was sort of publicized as a non-stat public hearing would be, for that people to come and provide their feedback on the specific topic. So
and that's likely as it relates to the CRL plan bylaw in June.
Right. Okay. And that's near the end of June that we're going to be looking at that, or
potentially, yes.
Okay. I do have one other question in regards to the jurisdictional scan, and I've mentioned this before, Winnipeg, the deal there. So from what I can, there was nothing in the jurisdictional scan that talks about what the Winnipeg Jets, the True North, sort of the real estate arm of the Winnipeg Jets, and the deal that they made with the province and the city. And it seems to be that there's the city's cash injection and tax relief is quite a bit less than what you've put forward here today, or over the past few months.
I don't have the specifics in terms of the deal that the City of Winnipeg engaged on. That's something we could source, but so I can't comment on that.
Okay, well, yeah, you can just Google True North, and it's right there. The latest article that I can find, or right on their website, they've got it where they approved it, and my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I just want to speak to the motion at this point. So, Councillor Stevenson, are you on for the? And Mayor, so you're on for the motion. Okay, yeah, so I believe you're a committee member, so you get to go first, and then Councillor Stevenson. Okay, Councillor.
This will be my third round.
Okay, this is now a collaborative circle. We're throwing out Robert's rules.
We'll follow your direction then. Who you want?
Well, is E-Scribe fixed? Did we sort out the error there? Okay, so I'm reading the board then. It'll be Councillor Stevenson.
All right, thank you. Just to the mover, really briefly on this, I think I understand the intention of not wanting to sort of get a plan started before we have approval of the funding sources. For me, that just seems to apply to numerous action items. I know that those are two items that you feel a certain way, but I just wonder if the logic doesn't apply to all.
I think most of the items have already been vetted through the original approval of the CRL. There's a few others that are modifications. I think these are, in my mind, two of the really new ones that haven't been discussed in a proper public forum at this point.
Yeah, do you think another approach could be, that we approve the plan and then just contingent on the outcome of the CRL extension?
Yeah, that's a possibility too. I obviously think my biggest worry right now is that I'm hearing a lot of conversations suggesting that it feels like we have no choice but to support these things before we've had a public hearing, because not supporting them means that everything falls apart, and it feels so. I'm a little worried that the public hearing might be meaningless, and I don't want to give that signal either. So. Yeah. I'd like to have a meaningful, thoughtful conversation, but there's a few different routes we could take. But this is the one I just felt I wanted to put forward at this moment.
Sure, and I think I'm not on committee, but I think again there's rationale in wanting some clarity through again, not presupposing the outcome of that public hearing. I think that's probably important from a legal perspective as well. I think for me, it's just being consistent with that logic and not presupposing for any specific item. But I will spend just a bit of time on some other questions. To administration for items 1.3 and 3.7, those are around sort of a master plan, removing regulatory barriers. I was just a bit concerned with the timeline on those, 2 years and 3 years for 3.7. I think specifically hearing recently around some of the barriers that the downtown zones continue to pose. I'm just wondering about sort of a radical acceleration of that and converting a lot of the downtown zones to standard zoning, for example.
Councillor Stevenson, as we work to do the implementation plan, that's appreciate that feedback, and we can look at how we can accelerate certain action items. We're mindful of the other work the teams are doing as it relates to some district plan amendments and things, so we can certainly take that feedback in terms of the interest to see that move faster.
Okay, appreciate that. Also, just 6.5 and 6.6, there's sort of the business attraction and then the stewarding of downtown's economy. I just noticed a really big number difference. So 6.5 has $5 million in ongoing committed funding, and then 6.6 is $100K. Those seem like very similar roles, very different budgets.
6.5 is a reflection of our recommendation, our intent to bring forward a renewal of the funding that we received as ongoing funding.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So,
and then,
sorry, what was formerly called Vibrancy?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so that process will be embedded in the upcoming four-year budget cycle. And the business attraction component, we have existing resources from a staff perspective on that. The $100,000 is simply to support implementation and business attraction efforts with support for the nighttime economy, not a dedicated support, just in reflection to the importance of entertainment, arts, culture, our restaurants as it relates to downtown.
Thanks. And that's coming funded or unfunded?
That hasn't been determined yet.
Okay. So I think that's a really important consideration. I think coming as funded would be really important, just to show the importance of that work. So with the districts, something that I have heard and an idea that I really like is just sort of further segmentation. So this is focused around some specific districts, but just this idea of a broader sort of like downtown, midtown, uptown, just creating different character areas in the city, building on some of the strengths of each one, recognizing the large geographic scale of our downtown. Is that something that could be pursued through, again, maybe 6.5, 6.6, some of that marketing for downtown?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is framing. One of the things we like about the district piece is to bring some intention to the communication and the good news about downtown, about what's happening where, about what we want to see, for instance, as a proposed education district, what elements are there, what can people expect when they're in that space. So in general, I think this action allows us to explore opportunities.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, I would, clerk. Okay, go ahead. Deal with that first. I'll go on a hold here.
We're excited to welcome back another class of school guests. This is the other half of the La Pearl School Grade 6s, led by Teacher Prosco. Teacher Prosco, yep, welcome. And La Pearl School is in Ward Nakota Iska, who your city councilor is Andrew Knack, who's over there in the blue. So welcome to City Hall today. Are you just doing a tour, or did you do a mock council? Just a tour. Okay, well, welcome. Does anybody want to shout out what their favorite part of the tour was? Fair enough, fair enough. Do you think that skylight's pretty cool? Yeah, it actually closes sometimes too, so if the sun gets in your eyes. It's a very beautiful building, and it's a really neat opportunity to come and tour it, and it belongs to you. It belongs to all of us. It's our city hall. We all get to play here and learn here and make decisions here. So welcome downtown, welcome to City Hall, and let's give our slightly tired and shy guests a big round of applause. I hope you have a wonderful trip. You're welcome to stay here and listen to the rest of the meeting or continue with your tour. Very soon when you come back, the fountains will be on outside, and you can come and enjoy the Splash Park in Churchill Square, the library, and all the other cool amenities that we have to offer. Mayor Sohi.
All right. So, Clerk, I would like to amend this, and it be read that Urban Planning Committee recommend to Council that the Downtown Action Plan as outlined in May 13, 2025, Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 028113 be approved.
So
that would mean we will delete Action 3.1 and 7.1.
So to confirm, it would be, your amendment is that be
That-
amended by deleting Actions 3.1 and 7.1
Yeah,
be deleted.
that be deleted.
So just so I have that, what you're recommending is essentially we amend the motion so that we are still recommending to council that they approve this plan.
Yeah.
And they have to vote on it at the next council, but keeping those two qualifiers in it, as opposed to just if this motion passed or failed, we would go to just straight receipt of information.
Yeah, this document will go as it is without the deletion of 3.1 and 3.7.1.
Okay, I'm looking to admin. That's in order? That's understood?
That's understood. I think the mayor's removing be amended by deleting. Yeah, there's the new motion. So that's fine. We have put forward a report that committee could approve, accept the report for information, but if committee's looking to have city council do that,
I think what I hear is the sense of wanting all of council to have an opportunity because this is such an important citywide decision.
Yep, understood.
Okay, so it sounds like it's in order. Clerk's got it. You got it. I guess then, do you want to introduce your amendment?
I would appreciate the time.
Please do.
I think we got to be very, very careful. We put forward our request to the province to extend the CRL with the project list included, which includes the items in 3.1, which unlocks housing in downtown, and item 7.1, which is to build the event park. We have also requested that the Windspear be included on the project list. I think we are being naive that province is not paying attention to what is going on at City Hall. They pay very close attention to our work. And at a time when they are discussing the extension of the CRL and the project list, us signaling to them that we can revise the project list is going to be sending a very confused and mixed message to the province. I think we need to take this as properly in proper steps, get that approval, then go to the bylaw, to public hearing, and at that, through public hearing, make those decisions. But I think we're going to be sending a very contradictory message by deleting those two projects from the Downtown Action Plan. And I want to make sure that our message to the province is consistent, that application they're considering should be considered in its full sum with full backing from council at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I still am happy to speak to it, so I guess next on the board would be Councillor Paquette. Swear on the amendment.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know what, okay, I will wait on that because I don't have any questions on that, so just bump me back, please.
Oh, okay, excellent. Amendment to the amendment, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I guess my concern is recommending the approval of it as is. I was just wanting to receive for information, and then when we have the pending approval of the CRL and we have the public hearing, then I think we have more information to make the decision then. So I don't know if at this point, I would think if we want to have council, all of council, consider this together, then I would like to consider requisitioning it to council then. So I need a second person.
Requisition.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Okay, so I heard Councillor Rice and Councillor Wright both say requisition. They're both committee members, therefore all of this goes upstairs.
And so does 7-1?
Are you requisitioning items 7.1 and 7.2 or just 7.1?
So I believe
They are being dealt with together currently.
Good question. I don't hear any challenge with 7.2 though. Is it okay if we just requisition 7.1 and then we can deal with 7.2 here? Is that no?
Well, 7.
Do they have to be linked?
7.2 is a bylaw report. It needs to go to council.
But they don't have to be selected together when we're at council. Like if no one selects 7.2, it'll pass at council.
I'd defer to clerks. Yeah.
Correct. They don't have to be selected at council.
Okay, so we can still have a 7.1 debate at council. And yes, yeah, okay, so yes. So Mayor Sohi asked if we can keep talking about 7.2 today. I don't think anybody else has questions on 7.2 though. I think everybody's okay with 7.2. And assuming it's received as information on 7.2, it would just come as a bylaw to next council that could be passed in the approval of the agenda. Clerk, am I offside?
7.2 is a recommendation from committee to go to council for the appropriate bylaw readings.
Okay, so maybe can I go to Councillor Wright and Rice? Do you mean that you want to requisition 7.1?
I only want to requisition 7.1 and I am ready to recommend approval to council on 7.2.
Councillor Rice, is that okay with you too?
Yeah, it's okay for me.
Okay, so 7.1 is requisitioned. We are now on 7.2. Councillor Wright, are you okay to move recommendation of the bylaw?
I sure am. Let me just find it here. That Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 21122 be given the appropriate readings.
Okay. No seconder. Any questions? Anyone to speak? Hearing none, I'll just close by saying great work. This is really exciting and innovative, and can't wait to wander around there in a well-behaved manner. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, so that is carried unanimously. That resolves 7.1, 7.2. Now we're on to 7.3. Is there presentation for 7.3? I see admin coming down here too. After the presentation, we'll then have speakers and proceed from there. So thank you. Thank our guests for their patience here. Okay, administration, you are welcome to begin whenever you're ready. Clerks, do they have a presentation?
So no presentation, just opening remarks.
Okay, please do.
When I get my computer going. All right, good afternoon. Thanks for your time here. As part of our 2025 construction season, we are bringing forward the access closures for approval today. Of note, any properties that we did not receive a response from when writing this report have had additional follow-up activities, such as door knocking for the houses and additional notices sent out. To date, we have heard back from 12 of 19 owners. To introduce one of the project areas with access closures where we've had limited responses, I'm just going to focus on Okisakow Way, or 101A Avenue and Boyle Street. Okisakow Way, also known as Angel Way, is named in honor of all the women and gender diverse people who have experienced violence. As part of the Quarters ARP and Urban Design Plan, as a pedestrian priority street, it will be transformed with a decorative streetscape featuring planting areas, gathering circle, upgraded street lighting, all to promote its future use as an event and ceremony space. The project team worked in collaboration with Indigenous elders, community members, and service providers along the street to finalize this design. Notices were sent out in January, March, and then again in April for those who we had no responses from. Open to having any questions here, and with me for questions today are Jen Rutledge, our Acting Director of Neighborhood Planning and Design, and online I've got Natalie Lazurko for the Director of Transportation Planning and Design, and Joanna Young, General Supervisor in Transportation Planning and Design. We welcome speakers and any questions to follow.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to speakers from the public. I'll look to the clerk. We could welcome our two, is it just one speaker or two?
Just the one speaker
Just
registered.
the one. I believe it's guest Don Eaton. And if you want to come down and join, the clerk will guide you. Excellent. So when you're comfortable, just hit that mic button. It'll turn on. You'll see a red light on it. And then you've got 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. I represent JRE Holdings Limited, the property owner at 9655 Okisakow Way, formerly 101st A Avenue, in the Boyle Street area. This lot and its two adjacent lots are currently home to a parking lot that has been serving Canada Place and the downtown area for some 40 years. Before that, my father operated a business at the same location. So this property has been within our family since the early 1970s. We were recently informed by letter that our driveway would be eliminated in a new design, and that access to the lot would now be via alleyways from Jasper Avenue or behind 97th Street, apparently for safety reasons. This design routes patrons of multiple businesses to access and egress via two-way traffic, all through the alley behind 97th Street or crossing the Jasper Avenue sidewalk leading to the alleyway. We are told that this design is to eliminate conflicts between people who drive, walk, and bike. This is deceptive, and it puts our users under undue risk. I'm not sure, but can anyone here explain how trading access across Jasper Avenue's walkway results in less pedestrian or bike conflicts? There's virtually no current bike and very low pedestrian traffic on Okisakow Way. And this design just increases the number of conflicts at the 97th Street alleyway approach, which has minimal sight lines due to buildings on each side. Also, the alleyway is hardly wide enough for a single vehicle, let alone two-way traffic from multiple businesses. In addition, the alleyways are often occupied with service vehicles, making access difficult, if not impossible. These alleyways were never intended as primary commercial access. This may work for other access closures whose alleyways access is more straightforward, but it puts us at a major disadvantage. The legal footnote to the council report stating that access requirements, however indirect or circuitous as it may be, may limit loss of profit liability and give comfort to some, but this should not be the basis for design. This downgraded access should increase the city's liability from both a traffic safety and a security point of view. We understand and support the cultural intent here. However, when we requested a small shift to incorporate our driveway, we are told that the location of the gathering circle underwent extensive review by project designers and cannot be relocated from its proposed location due to design constraints. I have no idea what these constraints are, and I would hope to find out today. No attempt during the design development was made to gain any input from us as a long-time taxpayer and user of this infrastructure. When we asked to view the overall plans, our request was ignored. There are still no details as to the design on the What We Decided report. As far as I can tell, this review included no input from any of the businesses who are primary users of Okiskakaw Way. I note that this is not in keeping with the communications with owners on the 132nd Avenue closures. Why were we not approached or given the opportunity for input? I have to ask here then, to what purpose does this avenue serve? Are we not a stakeholder here? Or is the city intent on driving us out of business? We are just a mom and pop operation. But we are not against meeting some common design standards provided they are applied to all lots within the greater city. But we have been excluded from input, given questionable reasons to negate our long-term access to the lot, and our requests for more information have been ignored. As a taxpayer, I look for direct and straightforward communications and dealings with the city, and that's not what we've been experiencing here. At the same time, the city now requires us to submit a development permit application after all these years of operation. I am not sure how to respond given the approach the city has taken.
I'm sorry, that's the 5-minute mark, but I understand some of my colleagues may
I'm
have,
just about done.
Yeah, it's okay. They may have questions for you, so I'm going to go to Councillor Knack. You had selected this item?
Happy to defer to the ward councillor.
So the ward councillor, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, sure, yeah, happy for you to provide your closing comments.
Thank you. I can finish? Okay. You may not appreciate our business and the property taxes it generates for the city, but the daily users of the lot do. It serves as a valid need, as evidenced by its years of operation and its daily use. I hope you will choose to incorporate existing businesses in your design and balance stakeholder needs. We are likely going into recession, and possibly a deep one, and the city can ill afford to lose its existing business base and force yet another vacant lot or encampment and more decay for something that could be easily remedied. Thank you.
Great, thank you for sharing those final comments, and certainly I'll take the questions that you raised and ask them of our city staff when we get to that next. So I just want to clarify, just in terms of that access from Jasper Ave. I'm not hearing that that's unviable for your business. You're just worried about some of the increased conflict it could have there?
Well, the idea of accessing our business via that alleyway is an issue. It makes our lot less desirable than other lots around there. That alleyway is often full with service vehicles, EPCOR, some of the businesses like that are on Jasper Avenue, waste refuse service providers. So getting in and out of our lot via that point is not desirable. I understand that that is an access, but the basis that this would reduce conflict between bikes and pedestrians doesn't make sense, because that Jasper Avenue walkway sees multiple times more use than the walkway on Okiskakaw Way.
Okay, yeah, I can certainly get some clarity there, and I think, also just this point, my understanding in this project and in other projects, many access points are being closed. It's sort of not not only the one lot, but I'll certainly follow up to understand how that looks for other properties in the area as well. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the board is Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jan. So yeah, sorry, I want to make sure I'm fully understanding. So the issue I'm hearing, there's a few. One, you're going down. Right now, there are technically two access points. There's one more direct on Okisakaw Way, and then there's a less direct one on Jasper Avenue. This would close down the one that's more direct. That's.
Well, yeah, I think there is one access through Jasper Avenue, which accesses the current lot that's east of our position.
Yeah.
But I think the most intended access was to immediately turn off of coming off of 97th Street, go into the alleyway that's behind 97th Street, go south, and then turn east back towards our lot. So you're transmitting, you're going through the back alley behind 97th Street, which is a narrow area, and the sight lines there are not very good because there's buildings on each side of this.
Yeah.
So in terms of, proposing this as a safety improvement doesn't make sense.
Okay. My guess, and I imagine Councillor Stevenson will ask questions of him because, having just to the east of you, there are some additional service parking lots, all with multiple access points on that space. And I think the understanding is that they're trying to get all of those on that avenue closed down to have a central connection point. Because when you do have, like even looking at Google Maps, I think we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4 more beyond yours access points on that. And that creates a lot of points where, so I think that's where the safety argument's coming, because if it were just one, I think I'm hearing what you're saying. I think the concern that I'm looking at, but I'd love your insight, is that there appear to be at least 4 or 5 or 6 on that side of the road, and that's probably where the tension point is right now. When you're redesigning
I can understand some of that.
Yeah.
However, the Jasper Avenue access to the lot, the bigger lot, the one I think that you're talking about, is reasonable access, but I mean, again, they're still crossing the Jasper Avenue sidewalk.
Yep.
And the other closures that are on Okisakaw Way, or that are on the north side of the avenue, those the back alley access there is very open, and it's probably very workable there. Mm-hmm. In our case, our particular lot requires us to go through this back alleyway, and it puts us at a disadvantage.
Okay, that helps me better understand that. I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions of our guest, we will move to questions of administration. If our guest wants to return to the chambers, that'd be great. Thank you. Questions of administration. Defer to the ward councillor first.
I might go first. I think she's still working on some questions, so I might as well jump ahead of time here.
Yeah, please.
Thanks for the report. So, yeah, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind. Can you, I've read the maps, the attachment, but can you give me a little bit more of a breakdown of sort of the whole plan for that space? And because I do get a sense of, I hear tension, but I'm also seeing like 6 access points on a road where every time I know we rebuild, we are trying to encourage more to be in a central location. So can you share a little bit more for me on this?
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Jen. So all of the access points along Okisakaw Way for the surface parking lots where there is an alternate access are being closed as part of this. It is meant to be a more pedestrian-friendly area and meant to be shut down for events in the future, which is why we are doing what we are doing. That is part of the design of the street that was put forward. There are 2 accesses that are remaining, and that is only because they do not have another access where they do not have to cross private property lines in order to get to their lot. So out of the 8 accesses, we are closing 6 of them.
Okay, so so I'm hearing the intent, the plan. There's been, and this is sometimes the tension, is that I'm hearing there's been engagement, specifically probably more local community, that are looking to do events, looking to do things, and that can sometimes come in conflict with the folks that are operating the business, because it's like we want to try to support both business and the local community, but but this is sort of where you've come down on at the point that in a place where there's sometimes going to be a trade-off question, your trade-off has been we're trying to sort of honor what we've heard in the engagement process leading up to the reconstruction of this road?
That is correct.
Okay. I do want to ask the question because I do think it's a fair point around, Jasper Ave is supposed to be our busy corridor, and I appreciate in this level, at this location, usually it's a little busier west of 97th, but I just wanted to get a sense of, do we have that concern around safety? That particular lot itself is a little bit smaller, but if we're closing down 6 access points, that likely means we're redirecting a lot to that one space.
If you take a look at the overall alley network within the area, there's kind of 2 accesses there, Councillor Knack. There's one just east of 97th Street, so you still are traveling along Okisekau Way, so that way still is 2-way to get to the alley there.
Okay, can you walk me through that one?
Sure.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. Do we have a Google? I'm looking at a Google map, but does somebody have a map that you can pull up for me?
Yeah, we have a back pocket image that
fantastic. That would be very helpful, so I can see that. I think we're all trying to I want to see what you're talking about because that might help us.
It might provide some overall context.
Absolutely, yeah. Well. I think that'd be useful for this.
Slide 13, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep going.
It's
there we go.
Okay.
The colorful one.
Yeah. So if we're traveling north or south, perhaps on 97th Street, just west of these project limits here, you can still travel along Okisekau Way because it's 2-way. So again, the quarters ARP and urban design plan suggested that the street be completely 1-way with pedestrian priority street, wider sidewalks, and consolidating those accesses. But we saw that there's an important 2-way access that's required there for the alleys. So we've tried to maximize the 1-way space along the street to make sure that it's a gathering space for all, and you can see that the access there is still maintained. So there's an access on Okisekau Way and Jasper Avenue as well.
Okay, that's how. Okay, so that's the part I felt I was missing. So it's not just folks that would be going on Jasper Avenue. This is as I'm looking at my Google 2024 map here. There's the green papaya Thai cuisine building, and there's the white building. So that alley is actually going to be retained.
Yes.
Now I appreciate it's narrow, so I think that's maybe what the speaker was originally speaking about. You might be, it's going to be tight to try to get to, not impossible. Do we know the width of that alley?
Yep. Typically the standard is 4 to 6 meters.
Yeah.
For all alleys, anyways, you can't get 2-way travel. You do have to duck in and out of any alley network. Usually.
So it's arguably we're going down from 3 access. I mean, one very direct access and 2 less direct access points to now 2 access points, but they are the less direct ones. Again, it's not necessarily a long journey to go around there, but we're not only relying on the Jasper Ave. So, okay. I don't know if I have any time left. I probably don't need that map up anymore. I'll just assume I'm out of time and stop there.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Councillor Stevenson. No? Oh, yeah, sorry, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So if there are going to be street closures or whatever for community events and that, what happens to those other? I think you said 2 that didn't have any other alternate access.
If there's events there, we'd have to coordinate with the businesses and understand what we could do to provide access to those lots. Yeah.
Okay, but we haven't been in touch with those businesses.
Well, if there's events there, we'd do it on a case-by-case basis and understand what access they would need during that time, or there'd be special provisions or something like that, yeah.
Okay, and would that be sort of the normal procedure that we would do anytime, except for when we're talking about the entertainment districts?
Yeah. Okay. Anytime it would go through the similar process that we do for any sort of temporary closure for an event. Yes.
Okay, so it's nothing that needs to be done in advance, okay? And then can you just bring back that slide back up, please? No. Yeah. I'm just on the left-hand side there is There looks to be a wider alley access. The bottom left, I guess. The up and down arrow. The vertical arrow. No, vertical. Yeah, vertical. That is. I'm pointing to it on my screen.
Yeah.
I don't know how else. So to the left of what, 9663.
Yeah, yes, so that's an alley.
Yeah.
As Councillor Knack alluded to, there are two buildings there. It appears to be narrow with the visual side friction there, yeah.
Oh, okay,
That's an alley access.
I
yeah.
thought there was a wider one from
No,
when I
there-
was looking at it from 101A Avenue side. It looked quite a bit wider.
They typically should be all the same road right-of-way width there.
And then coming off of Jasper Avenue, is that sort of the same width there as well? Okay. But I mean, it's large enough for an SUV to get through?
Yeah, yes, of course. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
and
typical alley width, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my colleagues have asked sort of the pertinent questions. So I think what we're seeing is that other lots along that road are being treated the same way, with their accesses being closed when there's an alternative. Just want to dig into the two accesses that are remaining open on Okiskagawa Way. I appreciate that those are individually titled parcels, but the site does function as a single lot. Is there any consideration there?
So our thought process there is if there's ever a development of any of those particular surface lots for anything other than a surface lot, we would be having to have this same conversation at that particular point in time, because in order to egress out of that area south onto that Jasper one, they do have to cross property lines, which is why we've left those two particularly open for Okiskagawa.
And I think in other renewal, I'm thinking about closures along Jasper Ave to support that work. I think there was discussion that if the properties are redeveloped in the future, then they do have to close their accesses, or that would be part of the...
That would be part of the development permit and review at that point in time.
Okay, and then... and my understanding too, so I think our speaker had heard mention of design constraints. I think I had understood from the report that Okiskagawa Way will have sort of a deeper sidewalk area compared to Jasper Ave. Is that one of the constraints that was being considered?
I'd say, yeah, the Okiskagawa Way, as I mentioned, in alignment with the Quarters ARP and Urban Design Plan, is supposed to be a pedestrian priority street, so we'll have wider sidewalks along the street as well as trees and streetscape design. Yeah.
Okay, so again, sort of a higher magnitude of conflict, or even like linear distance of conflict coming off Okiskagawa Way.
It was pedestrian priority street. That's what the hope and the intent would be, that would be the focus and the low priority of the area. Yeah.
Okay. And then, I also heard some concerns with some of the outreach that was done. How do we connect with local businesses and residents when neighborhood renewal is being undertaken?
Yeah, when neighborhood renewal is undertaken, we have a robust, I would say, public engagement process. But we're not going to talk to every single person. We can only get the feedback from the folks that we hear from through the process. So that is through the trade-offs and options and trade-offs. There are a few designs for this area process, and then we get to the draft design and then final design. So as you know, it's been a couple years now for this project, and as well for this particular space. We had a lot of engagement through the Indigenous Relations Office and with Indigenous stakeholders in the area for this, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate that. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Jans. I do have a question in regards to the 132 Avenue closures. First off, I didn't see the presentation either in eScribe or Diligent. Did I miss it? Did I miss?
No, we didn't put it forward. It was just in case there were some visual clarity needed here today.
Okay, all right. In the row in the column, the very last column, it says property owner concurrence with closure. And there's either offered in the area I represent of 132 Ave, there's either yes or no response. So that means that the people, the applicable property owners that were notified were in agreement, were okay with it, or there was no response.
So since the report writing time, because we all know it takes a period of time for us to write reports, we've done door knocking on 132 Ave. There are 10 access closures on 132 Ave, and we have managed to contact 9 out of the 10 owners of the properties there, and all 9 are in concurrence with the closures. We were only able to not reach out one after multiple door knocks as well, and that is what the no response is. So it has been updated based upon our continuance of trying to get into contact them from the time the report was written, Councillor Principe.
Okay, and I was going to ask, who is an applicable property owner? Is it one owner that's like right beside the closure?
It's access to their personal property is what it is. So it is
access to their personal property.
Yep.
So there's closure to their access to their actual property, and they're okay with it?
There's closure to the existing access to the property with the intention of creating a different access through either a side street or an alley,
okay,
as opposed to the front. We always maintain access to all property. It's a requirement.
Okay, and they were all in agreement except for the one that didn't have a response. They were all in agreement with the new access points.
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Principe. Hearing no further folks on the board, Councillor Knack.
Yes, I'll move that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 21110 be given the appropriate readings.
Okay, so we have a mover. Don't need a seconder. Anybody wishing to speak? Hearing none. Mover, would you like?
Sure, I'll if I speak.
Are you signifying? Yes. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just take a quick moment to again appreciate our speakers for coming out and recognize that the proposed closure does change access. We have the benefit here on council of seeing a number of these projects move forward across the city. And seeing the gains that come when we can consolidate our sort of pedestrian space and reduce vehicle conflicts. So I think having looked at this, what I'm seeing is that properties along Akiskagao Way are being treated equally. That there are still two different routes to access the business. And I think while there is a change to the existing, I think that the gains in terms of having that consolidated streetway are important ones. So I'm inclined to support this. I appreciate, again, it's not without its trade-offs, but I think overall there's benefit for the local community who, I've heard, strong excitement for the work that's happening through neighborhood renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, just briefly, I know that especially when it's neighborhood renewal, it's tough because there are always going to be competing interests. I just went, and these are multi-year engagement processes that sort of go through that, and so the teams have to always sort of balance the different viewpoints they're hearing. And I'll use a local example. We just went through neighborhood renewal engagement for multiple years in Glenwood, and they're going to start their reconstruction right away. And one of the changes that had mixed opinions was whether to add a multi-use trail that was adjacent to seniors' residences. The single-family homeowners don't want that change because they have to give up a little bit more of their front yard. The seniors that live in those buildings really want it because it's going to allow them to have a more accessible neighborhood, and we're going to have to do a few access closures, probably not unlike what we're talking about now. And so I actually expect that, whenever that time comes, we'll have a similar tension point because there isn't unanimity on that. What I come back to is a few things. I know at the end of the day, these neighborhood renewal projects, city administration takes their time to really consider all the different variables. They try to look and have, in this case, to find alternative access points. They might not be as ideal, and I appreciate that. Similar to what I'm going to be dealing with in Glenwood, the access point might not be quite as ideal. Some of the changes aren't quite as ideal for some specific individuals, and yet will have a broader impact for the overall community. And so appreciating that there's always going to be tension points on these, and there will rarely be a situation where a change in renewal will be 100% supported. I think I tend to want to continue to give deferral to the plan and the multiple years of engagement that led to the creation of this plan, even though there will be some impact on individual folks as we go through this, and benefits for some folks as well. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Okay, hearing no further speakers, we'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Now, just looking at the agenda, I'm not aware of any responses to councillor inquiries, private reports, or motions pending. Is that correct? And in terms of notices in motion and motions without customary notice, I'm not aware of any. However, I do want to just do a bit of housekeeping regarding the next two urban planning committees, if you'll indulge me. We're going to have both the priority growth areas as well as the 1-year anniversary of the zoning bylaw, both which we could anticipate having a large number of speakers. Clerk, you had shared a couple ideas in terms of agenda management for those meetings. We've already voted to extend both of them until 9, but there was a suggestion as well, I believe, about reducing councillor speaking time to 2 minutes for the questions in order to get through more speakers at the time. But I'm not sure if Clerk, do you want to share anything now, or should we?
Sure, I can share. So there are options to manage the agenda should committee wish. Committee could limit time of councillors asking questions to 2 minutes, as was done at a recent city council. This would not have any impact on public speaker time. They would still have their 5 minutes. So that is a possibility, and there's also a possibility of setting a deadline for speaker registration as well.
Thoughts from the committee?
I didn't realize we could set a deadline. I thought it was up until the item came forward.
For committee, you could, even as we're going with the item, you can still have new speakers registered as long as we're still hearing from speakers. Once we've moved on to questions of administration, we wouldn't be taking new speaker registrations, but as long as we're actively hearing from speakers, speakers are generally able to continue to register.
Okay, I was thinking it was setting a date prior to for cutoff. Is that what you're recommending?
This could be, we're just looking ahead at the managing that agenda for committee. Yeah. This would be just for the June 3rd Urban Planning Committee, should committee desire. And you don't have to make a decision today either. That can be decided the day of.
Okay.
Councillor Knack?
Yeah, again, there hasn't been an agenda review committee yet for these particular meetings yet. That's next week?
Correct. That would be May 20th.
The reason I ask is that I think looking at the other two committee agendas, Community and Public Services, I'm not sure is going to be the most intense one. There's 2 items on that agenda. Similarly, the Executive Committee has 4 items. My initial reaction is that those don't seem to be too extensive. So I would say, just from a management, if we're starting to see, once registrations come in, a lot of speakers, maybe Agenda Review Committee could talk about this next week and see about using some of those times and making a formal change to the agenda early on. You could potentially use the afternoons of both of those days if we absolutely felt it was necessary. But that would be my flag, instead of making a change now. Let's wait to see a little bit how many speakers actually come. I know there's a lot of conversations happening, but I also know that, for example, one community I represent, I think they're planning on only sending 1 speaker, but we'll have many community members sort of sharing their perspectives ahead of time. So in the meantime, I don't think we need to make a change, but I would flag for Agenda Review Committee as the current chair of Urban Planning Committee. Be aware for next Tuesday, maybe flag that for your additional colleagues and see if we can borrow their time.
Sounds good. I will take that up with the Agenda Review Committee, and then hearing nothing further.
I was just going to say, and I'm appreciative of maybe shortening up the councillor's time as suggested. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Hearing nothing further, we are adjourned. Thank you for your help today.